It'd have one very, very good meme. If I can pull up. 1 second. Stop. Okay, sorry. We have to turn off that background music because that was copyright probably. Background music. Just a wee bit. Just in the background. We laughed, we cried, no one died yet. Yep, nobody died. Trying to think, anything interesting that's happened. Oh, I got to play. Oh God, you know what? I didn't realize. I miss playing piano so much. And one of the places that we went on my birthday, I've never heard of a place quite like this. It wasn't just a venue, like a club where like DJs go, or like a concert venue, because it's both of those things. And that's upstairs. But downstairs, there's a small recording studio, several practice rooms, and then rooms for bands to rent out and practice in like a proper space. And in like the downstairs room, just for anyone to pick up, there was just this room full of instruments, and there was a piano. And I was drunk, as you are on your birthday, okay? And man, well, that's weird. Incoming ad break. Snooze 2 of 3. I haven't used any of my snoozes. Just another bit of proof that Dan Saltman, arch nemesis of Dan Clancy, has taken away ad revenue from Twitch. We're going to talk about that a little bit here in a minute, but anyway, I got to play piano for the first time in like a year. Oh my God, that felt so fucking good. I need to find the correct power chord from my shitty electric piano, because I miss that shit, dude. Oh man. And then it's embarrassing because like I know I can play piano at least a little bit passively, but I sat down at the piano, I couldn't remember like my favorite things to play. I couldn't remember what the next like chord movement would be. And it's like, man, makes me angry. My pride was injured by my own self. I need to find a way to get the correct power cable for that. But anyways, yeah, so today there is no like specific. This music is so loud in my ears, but it's so quiet for you guys. There we go. But yeah, no specific plans. If there's anything specifically that you guys want me to go over, feel free to share it with me in chat, or you can also shoot it to me on Discord or put in the content suggestions. Oh, I just looked and we have some people in the YouTube. How's it going, guys? It is me, Master Liquid Ocelot. God, I couldn't say that. I forgot to open up the chat over here because I am still tired. Man, it feels like it's taken me 3 days. This is how I know I'm getting old, is that I'm on day, now 3 after drinking, and I still feel like shit. It's not happening anymore, all right? No more heavy drinking for me. I don't even have that much fun when I'm drunk anymore, okay? It's just not, it doesn't bring the joy for me anymore. But, anyway, yeah. So if you guys have anything that's happened in the past couple of days that you think would be fun to see, for the newer people that are watching on YouTube, a liberal seethe and be baby mad over, you can join the Discord. Here is a link to that Discord right there. Don't forget, if you're watching on the YouTube Shorts, to like the stream because that helps me out immensely. The last thing that we have in the Discord content suggestions is... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just saw that one of my recommendeds for some reason is Asuka with fucking the ISIS flag on her forehead. Okay. Okay, this is the last thing that I have in my content suggestions. Let's see what this is. Oh, also, on Jill Stein, there are a lot of lefties that were going to vote green, but I think they're how come you're streaming in shorts? Because my editor tells me to, and I am I am not employing my editor. My editor is employing me. Okay, but yeah, a lot of people that were saying they were going to vote Green Party are taking that back and are either not voting or going back to vote for Democrats, because I think it's their vice presidential candidate for the Green Party said something about trans people in sports, and it just like completely killed the the movement on that. I can't believe it. That's like literally all it took. They said free Palestine over and over and over. Oops. Click something on the other stream. Oops. But yeah, they just like all collectively said, you know what? No, I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote for Jill Stein anymore because they don't like trans people. It's like, oh wow, you're telling me that the third party candidate who has been on the record saying that the reason that we're running is to make sure Kamala Harris doesn't win and Donald Trump does, and they're a more left-leaning party than the Democrats, and you think that this person actually cares about you at all? That's fucking crazy. That's actual mental illness to me. If you truly think that they care about you, and like they know they're not going to win, but they can destroy the chances of someone else who does have the chance to win in favor of the person that would be actively detrimental to you if they did win. Like, make it make sense to me, please. Somebody explain it to me like I'm a toddler. But let's see. This is a video from a channel called The Soup Central. Don't know anything about them. The description says, "Welcome back to the Kremlin Files." We'll see how that goes. How's it going, Freshy Cat? Interesting to see a first-time chat on this, the first day of me streaming on the new Twitch, where they try to silo off all political content away from regular people. So I guess we're going to have to see how many new viewers we get on Twitch nowadays, now that you have to tag your stuff as political and sensitive and yada, 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 yada. You're just on my recommended? That's really interesting. Really, I was on your recommended. Because my thought was, and we're going to get into this after we watch this video, but my thought was, when they did that new rule change, was that they're going to just try and make it to where politics completely dies on Twitch. They don't want Twitch to have politics anymore because it's just too much of a liability, right? Unless it's Hassan, in which case Hassan Piker can say anything in the entire world and receive no punishment for it. So, anyways, let's see. Meet spoiler candidate Jill Stein. Again, I don't know anything about this channel. It was just in my recommended watch list on my Discord.
In today's Kremlin Files, I'll introduce an American politician with no actual experience in politics. She's a 3-time presidential candidate who never stood a chance to win anything, but still agreed to work as a spoiler candidate. Her name is, of course, Jill Stein. Stein's background is in medicine, and she graduated from Harvard Medical School in 1979. During the 90s, Stein turned to activism and subsequently received various environmental awards for her work. Stein began her political career by running for governor of Massachusetts in 2002, but
I'm sorry. I started noticing some trends, okay? I started noticing some trends in videos that I can't call to go, but I hope you have a good stream. Well, thank you for coming through, Freshy Cat. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for coming through, friendo. But there's some trends, and they're disgusting to me. And one of them is and I'm sorry, Tron, I know that you're a big AI advocate, and you're one of the people that uses it in a way that I think is totally acceptable. And this isn't unacceptable. I'm just tired of seeing AI-generated backgrounds, first off. Second off, AI-generated voices everywhere. It's fucking everywhere. I can't scroll through Twitter shorts. I can't scroll through YouTube shorts. I can't scroll through anything without the same 3 AI voices telling me about, now watch here as the guy takes the watermelon and crushes it over his head. Isn't that weird? Like, it's the same voices over and over and over. And I can't put my finger on it. There's something distinctly dystopian about, these are 30-second fucking videos. I know it's low effort, high engagement form of bravery. I know why it is. But like, there is something so dystopian about this content being pushed out, and the voiceovers are only 10 to 30 seconds long, and they can't buy, like, look, this microphone, this is a nice microphone, all right? I've been streaming for almost 5 years, okay? This is a pretty nice microphone. I got it as a gift, but my original microphones, oh, damn. Well, I thought it would be way easier to grab one, but my wires box is absolutely, completely disorganized. But my original microphone, guys, you can get it on Amazon for $20 with all the cords required, okay? And it was a decent microphone. It sounded fine. 10 seconds. Just load it up. It takes like 2 seconds to edit a 30-second video. It's super simple. Super, super simple. And it's killing me, like actually killing me, to hear the same voice over and over and over. I wish I had the better language to describe why it feels dystopian. But yeah. How's it going, David Lipkin? Thanks for coming through. Anyway, sorry, that's completely off topic for what we're talking or what we're watching here. But it's just like, I just see it all over the place. And like, I take pride in my background, even though it's literally just a shelf with all my vintage video games on it, right? I put a little TV up there for you guys to focus on the Chrono Trigger and stuff, right? But like, I thought about it, right? I thought about it. Markiplier? Who? Wait. Are you saying me, Markiplier? I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. Also, a lot of people can't talk, edit, or read for that matter. True. Sent relevant link. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure that I'm not logged into my personal Facebook on this browser. Okay, here we are. Let's see here. What is this?
Fully generated in the Captions app. Let me show you how you can create your own AI twin in seconds. Just open the Captions app and head to AI Creator. From here, select AI.
Oh, this shit's fucking wild too. I look like Markiplier. Hey, you know what? I'm going to take that. You know what? I'll take that. Markiplier is a handsome fucking dude, okay? But this shit also is super fucking terrifying because someone will make a video where they're talking to their phone. Here, for the people on Twitch, I'll have to change my camera here. But they'll just be talking like this or right? And then they'll sell that source video to a bunch of companies where they can AI implant a moving mouth with captions and like a voiceover into anything that they want to sell. And the person who took the video, it's a real person with real eyes and real flesh, but their mouth is AI generated. That's fucked. Can I say the intro? I'm not even gonna lie. I have never watched a Markiplier video in my entire life. I know he's like one of the most popular people in the entire world, I mean the internet. But I've never watched a Markiplier video. I don't hate him, but just never something that I've ever watched. You're just watching different videos, am I right? Well, on my stream, if this is your first time here, I watch videos. I talk about politics a lot. If you want to know who I am a political science student who is just very interested in the topics. And sometimes I will invite people onto my Discord, or if they want to use Zoom, then we can use Zoom, and we can have a conversation and have a little debate about something if you have a disagreement. But yeah, we do all sorts of things on this channel. I appreciate it, 32-bit boy. I got a puzzle. We'll bring it up later, okay? Why did it mute as soon as I paused it? No, stop.
For 1 minute following their script, and boom, you have your own avatar.
Oh, they don't even.
Now you can create more personal avatars for different scenarios, and can create any video of yourself that you want on the fly. It is a total game changer. Try it for yourself. It is wild. Now on captions.
Absolutely not, 32-bit boy. I speak one language and one language alone, and that's American.
For governor of Massachusetts.
Who am I voting for if you're an American? I'm voting for my girl Kamala, all right? Your time is limited, son, so I'll replace you. I know, like I told everyone earlier, I am subservient to my editor, Tron.
Fine. Stein's background is in medicine, and she graduated from Harvard Medical School in 1979. During the 90s, Stein turned to activism and subsequently received various environmental awards for her work.
See, you guys are catching me after my haircut. My hair, like 2 weeks ago, halfway down my back. All right? I liked having that heavy metal rocker hair. All right? Headbanging. I can't do it anymore. I got old, turned 29 2 days ago. All right? Can't headbang anymore. Hurts my neck. Makes me feel disoriented. Now I gotta cut it all off and act like a normal human being.
Stein began her political career by running for governor of Massachusetts in 2002, but only got 3.5% of the total vote. Her following campaigns were also massive failures, and the only election in which she managed to secure a seat was the local legislative body in Lexington. But failure never stopped Jill, as in 2012 she decided to run for president with the Green Party.
I'm Jill Stein, and I am here as a Green Party candidate for president, and I'm here to support the amazing and...
Her campaign consisted of unrealistic promises of putting 25 million people to work, and from the get-go, her campaign was endorsed...
Okay, hold on. What is that? Integrated a package of emergency reforms that will put 25 million people to work, end unemployment in America, halt the recession, jumpstart the green economy for the 21st century, and combat climate change. I know you're supposed to, listen, I know you're supposed to tell people things so that you get elected. You're supposed to, put forward the maximalist, idea of what your policies will be so that people will, like your policies in your base. But, what 25 million people, what is our unemployment rate? Unemployment rate, US. 4.1%. That's like the target. We're like right at the upper limit of the target unemployment rate, but we're in a healthy unemployment rate right now, right? Total unemployed people that are looking for work, that are of working age and are still looking for work, 7 million. What 25 million people are you going to put to work? Are you going for the miners, or are you going for the miners, the sick and infirm, or the people who have already retired? At the time it was over 10%. Well, this was posted 3 days ago, sorry. From Belarus. Oh, there was a cool dude that I used to talk to when I first started streaming from Belarus. I was a little bit too scared to continue talking to him because it was at the time of the well, now I'm scared if I say anything that you're gonna be whisked away to some, whatever. But there were some protests there, and for his safety, I stopped talking to him. Hope he's doing good. This was 2016, her first time running. Oh, the unemployment rate in 2016 was absolutely not 10%. 2016, May of 2016 was 4.8. And by the time of the election in that was 2016. So in 2015, at the time that this would have been relevant, it was 5%. It's okay. Okay. I've always just been worried about like when people are in different countries, because USA, we can say whatever the fuck we want, right? Like, that's why I love America. We can say anything that we fucking want on the internet. We're not going to get arrested. I just don't want to get anyone else in trouble. Okay. I don't want to get anyone accidentally banned from some website. I don't want to get someone, whisked away to some, CIA black site of their, country. So.
To work, and from the get-go, her campaign was endorsed by Russia apologists like RT journalist Chris Hedges, CodePink founder Media Benjamin, and academic and genocide denier Noam Chomsky. In 2012...
Oh man, Noam Chomsky, how the mighty have fallen in my eyes. Oh man, I used to love Noam Chomsky. I thought that he was I still think that he's like a nice person, but man, his foreign policy takes are fucking atrocious. Yeah, I understand, David.
She received a whopping 0.36% of the total vote, and after this massive success, she probably felt encouraged and empowered to run again in 2016. During her first presidential elections, she had hard time getting anyone to support her cause, so this time she decided on a different strategy. In 2015, she traveled to Moscow to attend the RT's 10th anniversary party. While there, she criticized the US foreign policy and human rights situation. She was seated together with Vladimir Putin, but somehow failed to remind him that Russian imperialism is bad and...
Here's my question. I guess this has like some relevance to like Donald Trump, because it's been released that he was talking to Putin well after he lost the 2020 election. But should it not be illegal? And I don't mean this just because I don't like Donald Trump. I mean, like, for literally any candidate, should it not be illegal for people who are not officials in the United States? They have no office in the United States and no business meeting with foreign powers, whether allies or enemies. Like, is that not something that should be illegal? There's something about that just feels super wrong.
Russia should stop annexing and invading sovereign countries. For this, she blamed the language barrier between the two, even though Putin speaks pretty good English.
Or elected officials.
You were
like FARA, Foreign Agent Registration Act. Like, shouldn't you have to register with that if you're running for office and you're also having dealings with people who are officials in a foreign nation? Like, that, something about that just feels off to me. But I don't know what the limits of that are. Like, I could be pushed in either direction depending on like how far the relationship goes. But yeah, there's something super sketchy about that.
Vladimir Putin's table.
I mean, even for business, Talon, even for business, if you're running for office and you have, this was a big issue in the 2016 election, right? Trump had business dealings in Russia. He has properties in Russia. Well, I don't know if he still does, but it's just like, damn, dude, something's super off about it.
Which is part of what is raising questions among investigators.
And can I just clarify?
Yes.
If I could clarify that there was no translator at the table.
Inshallah, something good
Vladimir
happens for you
Putin
guys,
came in
David.
very late with 3, 4 that I thought were his bodyguards. If I could clarify.
Gators.
And can I just clarify?
Yes.
If I could clarify that there was no translator at the table. Vladimir Putin came in very late with 3, 4 that I thought were his bodyguards.
Unlike Donald Trump, Both Hillary Clinton and Jill Stein released their tax returns before the 2016 elections. Surprisingly, Stein had around 8.5 million invested in funds in industries she had harshly criticized, including energy, financial, tobacco, and defense contractors. She later accused the paper, bringing this fact up as a smear attack against her. Zero hypocrisy, 100% integrity, Mrs. Stein.
Logan Act.
Slogan. Hypocrisy.
Logan Act. I remember we went over this before, but I can't remember what it is. United States federal law criminalized the negotiation of a dispute between the United States and a foreign government by an unauthorized American citizen. Yeah, okay, so I guess like the only way that it would be illegal then is if you start negotiating some sort of foreign policy measure before you're elected. But if you're like just like talking to them, I guess that's different. But figuring out the line there must be crazy.
It's not what you're looking for, dash, dash. It's what you need.
Are you interested in Russian disinformation and how the Kremlin operates online? Are you tired of Lenin fundraiser? Total votes in these key battleground total votes smaller than Stein's total votes in these key battleground states. Some have even suggested that Stein's candidacy helped Trump to win the presidency, which was probably a reason for celebrations in the Kremlin too. Naturally, the Republicans and the Russians knew that the third-party candidate could help Trump grab the presidency. Trump operative Roger Stone had previously used third-party candidates to grab votes from the Democrats, and according to a 2018 report, the Russians had launched a pro-Stein online campaign promoting Stein and her policies. In one of the most absurd conversations ever, Hassan asked Stein whether Putin was a war criminal, but she failed to condemn him as one.
And he's a war criminal who should be on trial.
Well, by implication.
You're struggling here to say something very simple. This is why people have their doubts about you in Russia.
Well,
why is Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal but not Vladimir Putin?
Well, as John F. Kennedy said.
Interestingly, she had no trouble doing the same in case of Joe Biden and Benjamin Netanyahu. Additionally, Jill's promoting the main Russian narratives about the war in Ukraine. She's repeating the lie about NATO expansion and agreeing to not move 1 inch to the east, and spreads the lie about US orchestrated coup that put the ultranationalists and neo-Nazis in power in Ukraine.
Next. Lie some more.
When asked about Crimea, Stein's
Wait, hold on. Those are two actors that I never thought I'd see in a movie together. We got Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory and... Oh man, am I... Hold on, before I get accused of being... Is that... Oh no, I might be face blind, guys. Oh, it's John Heder. It's Napoleon Dynamite, right? This guy? For a second, I thought it was Dimitri Martin. It's not Dimitri Martin. It's this guy. I'm just a white racist, true.
When asked about Crimea, Stein stated that these are highly questionable situations and that Russia used to own Ukraine.
Lie.
When asked whether Putin was an incipient despot, she answered to some extent yes, but there could be a whole lot worse, stating that we needlessly provoke him and endanger him and surround him with war games, neatly forgetting Putin's invasion starting with Chechnya in 1999. Stein was also a speaker at the Rage Against the War Machine event,
We're here to dismantle the war machine,
where Watniks and tankies gathered around to call for the end of the aid to Ukraine, bash the US and NATO, and whitewash Russia's war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. As is tradition, Jill also supports Syria's brutal dictator Bashar al-Assad.
I mean, surprise.
God, this guy is the strangest looking fucking person in the entire world to me. And I can't quite put my finger on why it is. There's just something about him. And I don't know if it's because he reminds me of like an actor or a cartoon character. He looks like someone, and it's super, he just looks like a weird dude.
Right.
In 2016,
You know what? Actually, does he look like, oh shit, I don't remember. Djokovic. Novak Djokovic. I couldn't remember his first name. I guess he does kind of look like Djokovic, doesn't he? Tell me that guy and this guy don't look at least a little bit of light. No, his face is too long. Ah, fuck.
Surprise, surprise. In 2016, the Stein campaign, with the help of the Russians,
Fucking Russians.
targeted heavily the African American population. This time, they seem to be focusing on the Muslim vote in the swing states, and some surveys have indicated that this.
Yeah, David, one thing that I always stress to people is like, I'm totally fine with people being critical of governments, but like, don't like shit on an entire like nation of people, you know? It's really hard to. A lot of people can't quite get that what's the word I'm looking for, that distinction in their head that a nation is made up of like multiple groups of people, whether or not like they're all like, because you know, the United States, we're a big melting pot of people. We are not only like, we don't only have the distinction of like the government and the people and, you know, the military and civilians. We also have the distinction of like a million different ethnic groups and shit like that. Whereas other nations don't have as much diversity, for lack of a better term. It is a good term for this, but I'm looking for a different one. But we have more diversity in the United States. So it is harder for people to, and ideological separation between what's happening with like the average citizen and what the government is doing. There's always going to be a spectrum of like how much every country's government aligns with their citizens, and you know, how much the citizens co-sign what the government is doing or where the government is taking them, et cetera, et cetera. So it's always good to criticize governments and regimes and stuff like that without completely demonizing every single person that lives there, right? This is why, like, even with Russia, like, I don't like hearing people just say, like, you know, glass the place, they're all orcs, blah, 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 you know? Like, there's something just inhuman about casting that wide of a net when, you know, not everyone in that country is going to agree with what the government's doing. People have a hard time making that distinction, and I don't understand exactly why, but yeah, it is always important to make sure that you're criticizing the correct thing. Criticize actions, criticize, you know, the things that actually happen, you know? Falling into that trap at times as well. I mean, like, yeah, and I can also understand if you're like, in like the context that, let's say you're on Twitter or something and you only have like so much room to actually say what you're trying to say, like you can be a little less careful with how you talk about things. Hell, I do it all the time on Twitter. I get into a lot of arguments on Twitter. Well, not as much anymore, but I used to. So I totally understand that. Like there's a time and place for different ways of talking about things. What state am I from? Well, I just moved away from not my home state, but I lived in Texas for about 23 years. Since I was 7, I lived in Texas, but I recently moved closer to Washington, D.C.
This strategy has been fairly successful. Today, Stein and her supporters and promoters are running a relatively successful campaign on platforms with younger audiences, like TikTok, where she targets mostly Democrat voters. The most ironic thing about all this is that if Stein will be relatively popular among Muslims in the key battleground states, anti-Muslim and extremely xenophobic Trump will most probably win the presidency. This would also mean more support for Israel in the Middle East. Jill Stein has absolutely no path to win the presidency, but just like she did in 2016, she can help Donald Trump to win. Trump has relatively low support among the—
And, like, here's the thing. Like, they've literally stated that their goal is to split the vote so that Trump wins. You know? It's crazy that they are openly saying that, and then there are still, you know, young voters who aren't being paid by, you know, some media org, you know, foreign or domestic, to say these things. There are young people that are voting for them despite that, even though principally they do not want Donald Trump to win. Like, it's crazy, you know?
The US Muslim community, which is why using Stein to get those votes is brilliant and cunning strategy.
Good strategy.
The New Republic's Peter Rotblets has claimed that Jill Stein is killing the Green Party and that they should ditch the malign narcissist responsible for its decline. And when you look at her achievements throughout the years, it's hard to disagree. Recently, Stein got endorsement from a powerful influencer in the far-right community. David Duke, the leading white supremacist and anti-Semite, and the former leader of the Ku Klux Klan, endorsed the Green Party candidate on his radio show.
This is David Duke. I'm going to shock a number of people, and some of my own supporters, maybe.
Sure
I'm going to do what's good for white people, Europeans. I endorse, for President of the United States, Green Party candidate, Dr. Jill Stein.
Stein quickly rejected Duke's endorsement, but neatly forgot her tweet from 2016 after the American billionaire endorsed Hillary Clinton for president. In the tweet, she stated that just because Hillary disavows Charles Koch's endorsement doesn't mean it isn't concerning or that she didn't earn it. So there you have it. Jill Stein appears to be the officially endorsed candidate of the KKK. Hope you enjoyed this episode of the Kremlin Files, but for now, I say goodbye to you, my friends.
Well, that was a hit piece if I've ever seen it. Oh, man. There's more countries like mine than countries like Egypt and Saudi Arabia then. I don't know. I'm not a foreign policy expert. I know foreign policy as it pertains to the United States of America. I don't know, dick all about, the attitudes of the population of the Congo or of, anything like that, right? So as a general rule, I'm like, you know what, we should criticize the governments and not the people. I mean, case by case basis, sure, for everything, but at the end of the day, like that's just kind of where I'm at. Because some people like it's like the basic principle. I can't remember which political theorist from way back in the day. I feel like it might have been like Hobbes or something. But like there's this spectrum of, on one end, here, let's do brush, and hopefully my handwriting on the mouse isn't too horrible. You have order, that's not too bad. And we have order and anarchy, right? I'm just going to do like the anarchy symbol because I'm not writing all that shit out. All right, we have order, we have anarchy, but another way that you could look at these things is as safety, and freedom. Right? And inside of this, I wish that I could do like a gradient easily on this, but oh well. Like the further down any direction you go here, right? Like if you go all the way down to order and safety, right? There's like a trade-off that citizens will put up with when it comes to government, right? So like right in the middle is about where I think the United States is. Actually, we're probably a little bit closer over here, right? We're probably right around here. This is where the United States is. We have, let's say, like this broad area, because it's hard to say exactly where we are at, right? But we have a lot of freedom in the United States to say things that we want to say, to think things, to, advocate for things of all sorts of, political ideologies or social stances or anything like that. I think that's amazing. That's why I love America, right? But there are drawbacks to having total freedom, right? Because the less order, the less safety that you have in a society, the less policing there is of communities, and the more possibility there is of something really bad happening, like murderers or theft or anything like that, with no consequences, right? Because you have so much freedom from something that the government might do to you that like you can basically get away with anything. On the other side, you have so much order or quote unquote safety that at that point it's just like if you look at one of the secret police wrong, then you're going to get whisked away to a black site even though you have done literally nothing wrong. And it like just keeping people in fear keeps them from doing anything out of line. So like finding a nice balance between these two things. And a lot of times the further to the order/safety side of things that you get, the more you find that there's a lot of citizens that are not quite happy with what's going on, right? But they just don't have the ability to really speak their mind or to organize in any way without getting, violently repressed. So. Oh, because he's already... Is it Lukashenko 80? Does he look 80? I guess I could see him as 80. I guess he kind of looks 80. There are a lot of 60-year-olds that look like this guy, though, here. Well, that might be him when he was 60. Okay, now I'm starting to see it. Okay. Hold on. Looking at that picture and then looking at this picture, this guy's 80 years old. I didn't see it at first. There's a lot of 60-year-olds that look like this dude, but all right. So we got through that. Interesting. Yeah, USA is one of the few places where you can tell a cop to fuck off and if he can't articulate a crime he suspects you of, he can't arrest you. Yeah. Like, that's why in certain, Putin looks like a 50-year-old. He looks, I saw a picture of him a little bit younger, and looking at him now, I think that the past, I want to say like 6 years have taken a toll on him. He's aged a lot in the past 5 or 6 years, but besides the point, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, the telling a cop to fuck off. In the United States, you can tell a cop to fuck off. Like, there's specific rules in certain states around drinking in public, right? In some places, you can walk around, you can drink a beer on the street, and it's not illegal. In a lot of places, it is illegal. But there's stupid little loopholes that you can get around that with, right? Carrying around your drink in a little brown bag where it covers up the label, right? If you have that brown bag on it and a cop stops you and asks you what you're drinking, you don't have to fucking tell them. Hey, son, you drinking in public? What is it to you? I have a root beer here in my hand. That is what I'm drinking. Well, can I see it? No. Do you have a warrant to see what I'm drinking? No. Then you can fuck off. Now, that's not to say that you should ever tell a cop to fuck off. I'm giving you guys full transparency. Even though you legally can tell a cop to fuck off, it doesn't mean that you should tell a cop to fuck off, because a cop can find a reason to bring you in. It doesn't mean that they have the power to like put you in jail, but they can detain you. Okay. They might be able to tase you. They might get in trouble for it later, but do you want to deal with that? It's better to be respectful of cops. Okay. 100%. Just want to make that absolutely clear that you should not tell a cop to fuck off, but legally you can in the United States. Okay. You just got to be careful. Got to be careful about what you know you have the right to do and what you, if you're a smart person, ought to do. Okay. Okay. Real quick. All right. Wait, why is there like nothing in the news section of, YouTube? We have good living conditions, but we don't like our government because Russia controls it. And if you don't agree, you go to jail. Yeah, that's something that I don't envy you guys in, and that's why I get so nervous. Like, obviously, what the limits are of what you can and can't do and all that shit. But I would never want to accidentally facilitate someone getting in trouble. So if I ever say something and you're not supposed to respond, don't respond, and I'll totally understand it. Okay. Yeah, I just would that would haunt me. all right? Because I do have like a lot of sympathy for you guys. I mean, like, fuck, even, but it's not even like you have to go all the way to Belarus for something like that, right? Like, uh, it, the United Kingdom is definitely far better than a lot of other restrictive governments when it comes to speech, but you know, like, there was that one dude, I forget his name, who had the Hitler dog, you know? What was his name? I'm gonna have to search up Scottish Hitler pug. And I'm gonna pull it over here so that I don't accidentally show a swastika on stream. What the fuck was his name? Uh-oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. My girlfriend is requesting something. I'll put on some background music for you guys for just a second, for like 30 seconds while I grab this for my girlfriend. Sorry, baby. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, that's too small. Count Dracula from Romania. Count, what the fuck was his name? Hold on 1 second. Count Dankula. Count Dankula, thank you. Yeah, this guy. So, like, even England has some problems, right? Alrighty, let's see here. Why is there, like, nothing on the news section of YouTube? Interesting.
Trump is increasing.
Well, you can take a look at this. I'm not usually a huge MSNBC fan, but what pug means? Yeah, pug is a breed of dog. Pug. Listen, I've worked with dogs. Well, I don't work with them now, but I have worked with dogs in my life for like 10 years. And did a video on how Trump might steal the election. Ooh, we might watch that. I'm also probably going to play some Warhammer games here in a minute. So, but yeah, listen, dude, I worked with dogs for 10 years and I feel bad for these dogs. This right here, he's cute. He's cute. This is a sick pug. This pug is the product of the worst inbreeding that you have ever seen in your entire life. All right? I feel bad for them. Like, you have to take such care to make sure that they don't overheat, especially living in Texas, you know, where how hot it is there, and that like they're trying to breathe but they can't breathe, so they're just going Like it's I love them because they need someone to love them. Okay? I usually hate pugs, but like on principle I love them because someone needs to love them, you know? Opinions on French bulldogs? I fucking love Frenchies. Those guys are fucking fun, okay? French bulldogs, I mean, they have the same thing with the nose and a lot of inbreeding, so it's less common to see one that is as horribly inbred as a pug, but Frenchies also have like the brachycephalic noses, you know? Porota? Bad type of dogs? They're sweethearts, but their lives are agony because they can barely breathe, you know? Frenchies though, they're like little demons when you start playing with them. That's why I like them. They're very fun to play with. I don't think I would ever own a French bulldog because they're way too active for me. I need a lap dog, you know? All right, let's see what this is.
However, someone who considers his political opponents the enemy is permanently...
Porota, oh, it's a different kind of dog? What kind of... Well, it's not giving me a single breed. I don't know. All right.
Out for revenge and is increasingly unstable and unhinged. His enemies list has grown longer. His rhetoric has grown more extreme.
According to new reporting from ProPublica, Russell Vought, a former Trump White House aide and the co-author of Project 2025, has plans to deploy the military in response to domestic unrest and put career civil servants, quote, in trauma. Joining us now, MSNBC legal analyst Andrew Weissman. He's a New York University law professor and former FBI general counsel. He's also co-host of the MSNBC podcast Prosecuting Donald Trump. Here we are.
Andrew Weissman. I mean, just like, can I just say, apparently my conservative media friends and conservative folks are saying that the media writ large...
Kamala looks swallowed up in that coat? Well, fuck, now I gotta look. Yeah, it's got some padded ass shoulders, don't it?
It's Prosecuting Donald Trump. Here we are.
Andrew Weissman. I mean, just like, can I just say, apparently my conservative media friends and conservative folks are saying that the media writ large, the liberal media, has taken Donald Trump's comments out of context yet again when it relates to Liz Cheney.
Wait, which prosecutor was disbarred? I don't think, because of Trump, any prosecutors have been disbarred, right? Think Trump is a clown? Based. 10 out of 10. Good opinion.
Cheney, as though Donald Trump has not regularly talked about, turning the levers of the investigative powers of the Department of Justice onto his enemies, as though he has not amplified things like a firing squad and military tribunals. He has look it up on his social media site. Are we making it up, Andrew Weissman? Should we be concerned? Are the Justice Department folks that Donald Trump hires, that they're just going to do their good duty because, he's going to hire the best people? This is just liberal outrage, right?
Listen, you don't have to like Biden to know that Trump is like actually the worst possible thing for our country. Okay, I would gladly take someone like Biden, and honestly, I like Biden. His policies are great. He might be like super old and not someone that should be in the office anymore, but the things he was able to do while he was in office, 10 out of 10. Yeah, I know what you meant.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one where you don't have to really think about sort of what possibly could happen and sort of speculate. You can look at what happened when he was president. You can look at what is said in Project 2025 about reproductive rights, their plans there. You can look at the eradication of LGBTQ protections, the elimination of career people, the fact that the president of the United States gets to tell the Department of Justice, if he chooses, to say, you know what, you should prosecute these people, but not those people. So if there's crimes against enemies, the Department of Justice can just say, we're not going to prosecute that. The president can pardon people. You can have the president do what he's already suggested he might do.
This is the part that I care about, okay? This is all I want to
saying that they fully expect Trump to declare victory before the votes are counted. They're prepared.
So people are expecting Trump to declare victory before all of the votes are counted. I mean, this is something that's super interesting because right now we can see, and I mean, like if you're on Twitter at all, you've seen this. People are already claiming that there's voter fraud, even though election day hasn't happened, number one. Number two, no votes have been counted in any state. No votes have been counted in any state. Have any ballots been counted 2024? Let's see. Because I'm pretty sure that the only like polling we have right now, the only reason we know who has like X amount of votes or whatever, is just due to exit polling, meaning people go in, they drop off their ballot, and then people are outside, like journalists or people who are conducting polling surveys are standing outside asking them who they voted for, right? That's what exit polling is, like in a nutshell. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I'm pretty sure there's not a single state, and I could be wrong on this, so if I just don't know what to put into Google to fully verify this, but I'm pretty sure it's illegal to count any early votes, and it's illegal to count any mail-in votes before November 5th, right? Question: if Trump is going to follow Project 2025, why release it to be scrutinized for months by liberal media instead of keeping it under wraps? Because it's a broad policy agenda that they're not ashamed of, and none of it is surprising. If you like, I can't think of a single thing in Project 2025 that is definitely in Project 2025. You can read it right there. I mean, it is available for the public to read, right? And what a story. I used to be a communist, but then I learned better. Okay, David, you're in good company. Yeah, Project 2025, I don't think that they're ashamed of it. Why would they be ashamed of it if they, I mean, half of the Republicans, no, not half. I can't think of a single policy out of Project 2024 that I've seen, people freak out about that Republicans weren't saying that's not part of Project 2025 or I disagree with that, right? It's because that's what they want to do. Openly. And I also don't think that it would help them to keep it under wraps, like, because if they're trying to play to their base, right, and their base thinks all of these policies are great, and there's nothing in the entire world, I genuinely don't think that there's a single statement or position that Donald Trump could say or take that his base wouldn't be fully on board with immediately after he said it, right? There is no criticism of Donald Trump that his base will consider. Like, I understand, and like to some degree, I can agree with some of the hey, thank you for the $5, my friend. I appreciate it. That is super awesome of you. But yeah, I can either agree or understand the criticisms that people levy against the Democrats, right? I mean, shit, I criticize the Democrats sometimes. But the issue is with Trump, there's just like no dissent. So I don't think that whether they kept it secret or they put it out in front of the public and like fully endorsed it, I don't think that it would lose them any voters, Yeah. It was the NY prosecutor for tax fraud that is getting disbarred, but I'm having a hard time finding it. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I don't know anything about that. Was it in connection with the mayor? Fuck, I can't remember his name. The mayor of New York City. Was he involved with that shit? Yeah. At Sonsol, but wasn't there an organization that tried to register like 1,200 people in Pennsylvania on the last day to register, and the people did not even exist? They are investigating back to June. Well, in the case of something like that, it sounds like the system is working, but I've not heard about that whatsoever. PA last day to register 1,200 voters. Let's see here. Find me a news article on that and I'll look at it, you know? It was a registration drive. Yeah, I haven't, I'm surprised I haven't seen that specific claim. Oh, maybe it's this right here. Shortly before the state's deadline to register this past Monday, were apparently part of a larger effort to sign people up. Officials said Friday some had false names, suspicious handwriting, questionable signatures, incorrect addresses, or other problematic details. The fact of the matter is we've contained this. Applications were not limited to a single party. Were they majority Democrat or something? I'm surprised I haven't seen people screaming about this on Twitter. Because I've seen a whole bunch of other things around it. Yo, Blizzard, if you have any more articles on it, send it to me in DMs, okay? And we'll look at it after the video here. I just want to know really quick, do any votes get counted before Election Day? How the ballot counting rules differ across the key battleground states. Oh, it might have changed from last time because it was election week last time. So maybe that's just a new rule. Many voters have returned to in-person voting after the COVID pandemic, and many states have rewritten their laws to allow election officials to start processing mail ballots ahead of Election Day. Those two changes are expected to speed up tabulation, but it could still take days to get a full picture of the election results. In Arizona, voters vote mostly by mail, so last-minute ballot drop-offs mean counting can take longer. Officials in the states could take 10 days. Oh, I guess they are saying that they can't start counting them in Arizona until Election Day. Georgia, you can drop them off, or they started counting them on the 21st. Michigan from the 28th. Okay, they must have changed it. Every state is different. Yeah, I just thought that I don't know why I thought this, and I said that I might be wrong, but I thought that there was some rule that you can't start or you can't start counting any ballot, any early vote, any mail-in ballot until election day. But that might have been something that was from 2020 that they changed because it took so long to count them all. What can you buy for $5 in America? Take it to a soccer match? No, absolutely not. I can get like 2 hot and spicies from McDonald's for that. I don't know why fake voter registration would not be part of voter fraud. Well, it would be part of fake voter registration, but unless they actually cast the ballot. Well, you know what? I don't know what the law around just registering people illegally is. But I also don't know who was doing it, and it said that not all of them. It said 3 and 5 of them. So like 60% of them were not good, but the other 40% were. You can look up the current counts right now. Okay, yeah, I don't know where I heard that then. My bad. $500 USD a month? Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, if you're only making that much, then everything has to be a little bit cheaper, huh? They let the news out too soon. They should have waited to for them to vote and threw the book at all of them. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I'm for prosecuting people who like cast fake votes. It's just that on the scale that people claim that it's happening in order to justify some of the things that they want to do, it's just not at that scale. And it seems like the sorts of things that we have in place to catch voter fraud seem to work, you know? Listen, that's one of the nicest compliments, saying I look like Obi-Wan, okay? Ian McKellen? No. Ewan McGregor. Who is Ian McKellen? That's Gandalf. Ewan McGregor is a suave dude. Depending on your state, if you're illegal, you can still vote. Well, hold on. Not in federal elections. There's not a single state where you can vote in a federal election and not be a citizen of the United States. There are some places where they allow people who are non-citizens to vote in local elections, but there's a pretty good argument for that. I don't know how much I care about defending that, but there is a decent argument for that. Like, let's say that even if you're like a legal, immigrant, and you're not a U.S. citizen yet, or you're just here on a work visa or something like that, and you have kids and you have roots in your local community, and you're voting on school board, like, who fucking cares? Like, you have a stake in that. Your children are going to the schools in the United States. You're paying taxes because you're here on a work visa, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So why would anyone care that someone who actually is being affected by that, But in terms of federal elections, there's not a single locality in the United States where it is legal to vote as a non-citizen. Sansol, things we want to do? I don't know it. What did I say? Oh, things you want to do. Oh, like in terms of like the laws that are around what's where I'm looking for? Fuck. Like voter ID, and there's a lot of things that people say they want to do because they're worried about voter fraud. But what it turns out to be is just like a bunch of laws that turn out to be voter suppression. That's like that's the worry, right? Was Field Corp in PA. Wait. Well, Blizza, if you can, send it to me on Discord because I'm interested to look at it. You should check out the election lawsuits. If there is a single article about a non-citizen voting in the United States election that is not being prosecuted, like, please send it my way. But it is undeniably 100% illegal in every locality in the United States when it comes to federal elections. I don't have any articles on hand. Okay, I just meant because like you seem to know more about it than I do, so I didn't know if you would be able to find it. All right, I'll catch you later, David. Voter ID is not voter suppression. Depends on how you go about doing it. It could be voter suppression. I don't want to get that deep into that conversation because we have made it not even 3 minutes and 20 seconds into this video because I skipped about a minute of it because I wanted to get to the part that the title is talking about. Okay? So I don't want to get too deep into that until after we're done with the video. Okay? So remind me, we'll talk about voter ID immediately after the video. All right, bud. Love you. Have a good night. We're suing for allowing illegals to vote. Technically, it's illegal, but if you're not allowed to verify, then how do you know if someone's is illegal? Like, send me something about it, and I'll look at it. But I know what the contention is. I have seen people argue about this before. I have seen news articles about it, and it's it's like literally people are voting in local elections, and then people are suing because I don't, yeah. Wait, this is North Carolina in 2020. "19 foreign nationals voting in the 2016 federal election." This doesn't have to do with what we're talking about. Oh my God, if we're going to get into the fucking voter, listen, dude, if we're going to get into this conversation, I'm going to Kermit sewer cycle. I just wanted to watch a video. I can't believe that we're having this conversation. Okay, here's the full take, okay? First off, it is illegal to vote in a federal election if you are a non-citizen. Number two, there are some states, and so, especially like not even on the state level, but on the local level, the city level, the municipal level, there are some cities, especially, you can look at the liberal Boston and San Francisco, that will allow non-citizens to vote in local elections for things like school board or mayor, et cetera, et cetera. There are always going to be some examples of voter fraud. Every election, there are going to be examples of voter fraud. Nobody denies that there are some instances of voter fraud in every single fucking election. Nobody fucking denies that. Why we say there's no voter fraud is because when you guys are saying, look at the voter fraud, look at the voter fraud, look at the voter fraud, you guys are saying or implying, okay, you guys are implying that the voter fraud is A, making a difference, is B, being condoned, and C, not being punished. None of those things are true. None of those things are true. There is not voter fraud on a scale that would change any election that the United States has ever conducted. Literally ever. And that's why the big pushback is voter fraud isn't a problem, because it's not. Obviously, it's something that we don't want to happen. Obviously, it's something that people should be prosecuted for. But in terms of any kind of possibility of it swaying an election, it is approaching infinitely zero. What are you talking about? You guys are, my bad, Dems fighting pending voter fraud cases against the Dems just means there is none. See, what the fuck did I just say that is a response? Like, I feel like I'm, can you give me like even the gist of what the fuck I just said? That is a response that makes any sense to what I just said? I'm jealous. I wish that I had Age of Mythology right now. Yes, it's condoned when they try to get rid of needing an ID to vote. It's not. Are you retarded? Do you think that the only way to confirm if someone is a U.S. citizen is to see a picture of them? You think the only way to catch someone? Do you think that when there's a voting locality that doesn't require a photo ID to vote, that you can just walk in, grab a ballot with nothing? You can just write whatever fucking name down you want, and then by calling it racism? I'm sorry, have I said racism one time this entire stream? How long have I been streaming for? I've been streaming for an hour and 16 minutes. Find me one time in this entire stream where I've said the word racist. But the votes still get counted when they are illegal. But they can also be thrown out if they get caught in time. And there are instances of that happening, right? There are instances of people cheating against the Democrats. Yes, there are instances of voter fraud in favor of Trump. That is absolutely a thing that happened. I remember, I think it was in like, fuck, I don't want to spread misinformation. I feel like it was like Oklahoma or some shit. Some place that like did not matter for them to, you know, fake votes for Donald Trump. But someone like ballot harvested like a motherfucker, did what they accused the Democrats of doing, and they like did voter fraud for Donald Trump. And that lady got caught and she got in like giga trouble, and then she cried and said that she was doing what was important for the nation and she didn't know what she was doing was wrong. Okay. Hopefully you see. Oh, okay. I got you. But like, yeah. It's illegal to buy a gun as a felon generally. So why do we have background checks to ensure you're allowed to own a firearm? Because a firearm is a deadly weapon? What do you think anybody background checks people so that they can get a ballot? I think I understand what you're like what you're approaching to ask me, right? But that was a bad example, you know? There was a thing in Michigan where they knew about voter fraud, but they could not change the vote because they could not know which vote it was. Then how did they know that it was fraud? Gun to vote fraud? Yeah. Like, listen, I'm not... Like, and the people on Twitch know this. I know that I have like we're starting the YouTube short, so a lot of people there don't know who I am. I'm like a pretty reasonable person, right? I'm not principally against voter ID. I don't, like, if we did voter ID in a way that did not disenfranchise people, which, I'm sorry, just like, this applies to literally every single fucking thing in life, whether it's voting or whether it's getting into streaming or whether it's, you know, getting into anything or doing anything. The more roadblocks, no matter how minor, that will be a filter for the next, for like some amount of people to do that thing. So like with streaming, there's going to be a cost barrier and there's going to be a time barrier, right? And some people might be able to get past the cost barrier of like getting the equipment to stream, but then they don't have they're not able to get past the time barrier, and therefore they're filtered out of ever being able to be a streamer or ever able to stream or anything like that, right? And it's the same with voting. Every roadblock that you put up with even if it has a good reason and it's a good ruling, it's going to filter out some amount of people that should be allowed to vote that now will not vote. I'm sorry. That is the way that it is. I would rather not change major things about voting while we don't see any tangible issue with our voting system and leave it the way that it is, because there is no tangible issue with our voting system. How fucking long did they say that there was voter fraud in the 2020 election? How many fucking man hours, millions of man hours have gone in to try to find some kind of proof of outcome determinative election fraud in every single one of these fucking states? And literally none of them found anything. And in Arizona, where the biggest push was, where hundreds of thousands of man hours were put into hand counting every ballot, found more votes for Joe Biden than for Donald Trump. It's just not this big issue. It's just not this big issue that everyone needs to freak the fuck out about, right? The only reason people are freaked the fuck out about voter fraud in America and stealing our political system, the people that are telling you that that's happening is Donald Trump. What the fuck? Dems are always talking about the problem of the Electoral College. Oh, I'm sorry, Talon. Is the Electoral College anything to do with voter fraud? No. It is a completely separate issue. What the fuck are the, like, okay, we're going to have to move on from this if we can't, like, bring up an example of something that is something I can engage with. I can't engage with, oh, well, some Democrats don't like the Electoral College, so we should take voter fraud seriously? I generally agree with you, but okay, sure, Blizzard. What I'm saying here is, like, the reason I use the term outcome determinative voter fraud is because everybody thinks that fucking 2020 election was stolen. Okay, that's why I use that term for that. But, like, yeah, if it got to the point where, like, even 1% of, like, some state was like, if what even 1%, and I would even say, like, less than 1%, depending on the size of the state, right? But, like, even 1% of a state's votes coming in as voter fraud, and it had nothing to do with who won or who lost. Let's say, like, Arkansas, right? We know Arkansas is going to vote Republican every single election until the end of time, right? But like, if 1% of them came in, it's like, okay, well, maybe Arkansas has a fucking problem with this. Maybe they need to institute some voter ID law that makes it, like, significantly harder to fraudulently vote. Yeah, I don't think I would disagree with that. I would pair that with some sort of way to make it as easy as possible to get these voter IDs. But the problem is, okay, this is the problem. Every single time people talk about this, the policies that end up, getting put to a vote, just look at, like, the North Carolina case. It's like surgically and precisely targeting certain different demographics in that state so that the party that's trying to change it, I'm even going to make it bipartisan, all right? So that the party can change it to where they will never lose an election ever again, right? Like, that's why I have, like, such a big issue with it, because gerrymandering is a thing, and all of these different things around elections are very, very difficult to find a perfect solution to, right? And I don't want someone to take advantage of those things in order to fix a problem that at this point in time certainly isn't a problem, Also, Sieg, I'm going to headbutt you. I'm going to sprint at a high speed, and I'm going to jump 6 feet in the air, and I'm going to headbutt you clean in the face with the very crown of my fucking head all the way through, okay? Fucking stupid shit. Hey, thank you for the sub, my friend. I appreciate that.
Amazing.
Something like a driver's license is too hard for minorities to handle. No, when we look at cases like the North Carolina case, now that was one of the straw man arguments that people said that, oh, well, what, you're saying black people can't get driver's license? No, they surgically targeted the kinds of voter IDs that black people would use. Most of those were driver's licenses. So they said that that one wasn't enough. You had to have, that plus this, so that it would reduce the amount of black people voting in that state. That got struck down by the Supreme Court for being surgical precision to disenfranchise black voters in that state. That is the quote from the Supreme Court, okay? I'm not saying that black people are too stupid to get a voter ID. I'm saying that the way that people go about this, that pisses me the fuck off, and this is why I don't think that the conversation, like, it might be being had in good faith with you guys. You guys might genuinely believe these things. But the problem is, the issue that is there is not as big as you're making it out to be, and the people who are trying to make the rules are using this inflated problem that you guys are perceiving as justification to go after entire demographics of groups so that their party stays in power into perpetuity. Okay, that's bullshit. If that's the case, then yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, like, look, it was a major North Carolina voter suppression Supreme Court. I hope this was a while ago. This was like in 2016. Was it only in 2016? I thought this was in like 2012, but yeah. I think this is the right one. Oh, I wish I had like a specific quote where they said they targeted the African American community with surgical precision. The U.S. Supreme Court today denied North Carolina's request to stay a federal appeals court ruling that struck down the state's restrictive voting law. The the ACLU and Southern Coalition for Social Justice challenged the law, charging it discriminates against African American voters and unduly burdens the right to vote. Agreed the law was enacted with discriminatory intent against African Americans, issued a sweeping ruling on July 29th that blocked voter ID and restored a week of early voting, same-day registration, pre-registration, and out-of-precinct provisional voting. So that was all the things. So not only did they, there was like certain IDs that black people used to vote more with that they said were no longer valid by themselves or something along those lines. So that disenfranchised people. They knew that black people were more likely to vote during early voting than on the actual day of election day, right? So they got rid of a week worth of early voting. Same day registration. A lot of black people were registering on the same day. And like, it was all things that specifically were overwhelmingly done in black communities. And that's why the Supreme Court agreed with the circuit court and said, no, you guys were surgically targeting black people. You're not allowed to do that. So find a new way to do your districts, you know? How do you see if someone is voting in 2 states without a federal ID? I now live near Washington, D.C. If I went to the state of Virginia and registered to vote here, and then I also voted in Texas through what I actually did was this election, I used absentee ballot, right? Because I don't have residency in Virginia yet. But if I was to do both, I don't know how they would check that. I don't know how they would check that either way. Even if I went up to a county clerk and I showed them my ID and then I cast my ballot, these things are like highly segmented by locality most of the time. Okay. It's not like let's say you're in Washington, D.C. and you go to vote and you vote in Washington, D.C. and you show them your fucking driver's license. And then you take a plane and you fly over to Texas and you go to Houston, Texas and you vote there and you have, an address in both cities and you show them an ID. How are they going to fucking double check that? Do I know? No. But do they probably have a process by which to check if you've done that? Probably. I don't fucking know. Do you know? Are you asking me because you think I genuinely have the answer? Or are you asking me because you don't think that they have any kind of system that would flag you for that? and they would put a 1 next to your name. Yeah, but it's in 2 completely different localities. And I'm not sure if the county clerk of Harris County in Houston, Texas is going to have the data from every single locality in the entire United States. I don't think we have a centralized voting system. Oh, wait, no, I know we don't have a centralized voting system. Now, I do not know how they would catch someone for doing that, but without any evidence that that is actually happening, I can't honestly be that fucking concerned about it. GOP should push for a mandatory voter ID and a national ID, but that seems like a good strat. I'm not principally against voter ID. I'm not principally against it, guys. How's it going, Doghouse? I'm not principally against voter ID, okay? I need to make that abundantly clear. If we were going to do some sort of federal ID for federal elections, that shit needs to be made either insanely cheap and easy to get, or should be automatically given to you with your fucking birth certificate. If you want to say that this federal ID should be required to do like the very baseline fucking civic duty that you have, we should not be putting more roadblocks in front of that. Name, age, and social security. Oh, do you need a photo ID for that? Want to chat for a second? We can chat for a second if you like. I hate the sound of the, why is it still the Halloween? We're past that, all right? I'm the biggest Halloween enjoyer. It's my birthday, and I don't need more Halloween. We probably already been through it, but if you want to jump into the call, you have the perms to jump in. Hey, how's it going? I know we didn't finish the video. Why do you think we haven't finished the video, Talon? It's because everyone's pressing me on something, and I'm trying to explain to you guys things, and then you keep on bringing up random other fucking facts that I have to fucking talk about. Jesus. Hey, Doghouse, how's it going?
What's going on, buddy? Just want to make sure you're doing okay. I've already got the champagne ready for Tuesday.
You think so?
I've got the Kamala Harris, Tim Walz little popper streamer things. I'm excited. I'm very excited. There's a little meme in there, but there's also like a halfway serious thing. The halfway serious thing is that they're going to win. The meme is that I've got all the other shit ready to go. I'm broke as fuck. But anyways, yeah. So that idea about voter ID, because I was in the conservative camp, the people that talk about voter ID have zero idea how voter ID actually works. And I'm not even saying with you, I'm saying like conservatives, especially. They don't understand that there are strict voter ID laws in states where you need an actual literal driver's license or a state issued ID. And then there are less strict voter ID states where you can bring a bill. And here's the good one, Sansel, and you're going to, we talk about, handing out, national ID identification to everybody. Here's the fun thing. In the less strict voter ID states, you can provide a government issued check, or not check, but the check stub, as proof of identification. Now, what happened in 2020? Everyone got a STEMI check, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me real quick.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Okay. So, what people don't understand, and a lot of conservatives don't understand, is they keep falling on this dumb thing about like photo IDs and everything. It's like, no, there can be an instance where there's a middle ground, but conservatives don't want that middle ground. They want the strict voter ID, which is pointless. Why not be able to provide a, say, check from the government that has that? I'd prefer, look, if you have gone to the registry, I'm not really in the camp of like photo ID, personally. I think that I'm fine understanding that we want to protect our elections, whatever you want to call that. And I think a middle ground is just being able to provide other forms of identification other than just a state-issued ID. I think that's way too strict.
Yeah, I think that like again, like it's not that I'm principally against it. I've said this a million times, right?
Right.
The problem is that even if people are being genuine in their, you know, issues with voter ID and all that stuff, and they're asking in good faith, the problem is that the people that are pushing like the biggest, narratives around voter, voter fraud,
Yeah. Oh,
that like they're just not. It's not this issue that they're actually making it out to be, right? If it was an issue, I'd be like, yeah, sure. There might be some qualifications that I'd like to see put on some sort of national, voter like photo ID or whatever the fuck. But like, we have to be honest about why we're doing it. First off, number two, there has to be an issue with it, and number three, when we go to do like find a solution for it, we can't be sneaking in all these extra little things like they did in North Carolina, saying that this is about voter fraud when there was no evidence of voter fraud from any of the sources that they were trying to block, right? It seemed that it was literally just like a million and one reasons or a million and one ways to disenfranchise black people from voting.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. And like the effect of it, you can call that racist or anything. Like, honestly, for the most part, like I think that people just like they're doing party politics, right? I don't think that they're like actively thinking like, oh, these black people, they're just saying like, well, black people don't really vote for us, so like let's make it to where like we can win elections. They're not going to be able to vote us out, blah 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 blah.
The same people that sit there and go, I need to have unabridged access to all firearms. There should be no law against firearms, are also the same ones that want to implement the government to then mandate photo ID, which they're also conveniently against the Patriot Act, but yet they want photo ID. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? So it's like the idea, like the right hates the Patriot Act, right? They're like, the Patriot Act just violated our rights. Okay, so then you want strict voter ID where the government has access to all of your information. Wouldn't it make sense then to be consistent to where you don't want the government to have every little piece of your information, right?
Yeah, like again, like localities, like at the local level, they're able to detect voter fraud, right? Like I don't think that it's this like big federal like issue. There might be an issue in one or two localities in a state every election. And one thing that is so frustrating is like it's very easy for me to say like, listen, voter fraud isn't an issue. Voter fraud isn't an issue. But I get linked things. I might have closed out the tab already. I did. But someone linked a thing that was from 2020 where 19 illegal immigrants voted in North Carolina. But like, okay,
I can debunk that. I can debunk it immediately and easily.
Well, they were convicted.
Convicted? What do you mean?
Fuck. Let me scroll back up to.
Well, no, like, are you saying a convicted felon, or are you saying that they are actually like they were convicted of voter fraud? Like,
yeah, they were. Yeah. 19 foreign nationals face federal charges in U.S. District Court for the Middle District of North Carolina for illegally voting in the 2016 elections, according to federal charges. Blah blah blah.
Gotcha.
Blah, 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 right?
Yeah, no,
it's like if that happens, then yeah, fuck them. Like, sit them in jail. But
it's important to understand too for people who are on. Yeah, well, that, and it's also important for people to understand that undocumented immigrants in some jurisdictions, check your state laws.
Yeah, we talked about this too.
Yeah, can vote in local elections. So when you see undocumented immigrants were on the voter rolls, yeah, no shit, you dumbass, because they can vote in certain local elections. And to be quite honest with you, I'm kind of mixed on it. If you're living, I would agree they shouldn't be allowed to vote. Like, they shouldn't be allowed to vote in federal elections, but if they're living in their local community and that community has decided that they are okay with undocumented immigrants deciding on
let's just say like even people here on like a work visa, right? Like the example that I used was
exactly
like I think there was a big deal in Boston in 2017 where in local elections they were allowing people who weren't citizens to vote for local school board, right? Like if they had been living in that city for, X amount of years, and like other qualifications were added to it too. But it was for like a local school board. And if you've been living here for X amount of years on a work visa or a green card, right? You're paying taxes, your children are going to the public schools. Like
Correct.
there is a good argument there for people being able to vote, even if they're not a citizen. They're a citizen of that city, right? They have, they're paying taxes and all that. They
Right.
have
And
a
in some
stake in the
cases,
community.
and in some cases, okay, from my understanding, a lot of undocumented immigrants actually pay into federal income taxes. They can do this. Most people don't know this as well.
Yeah, because
You
they
know,
have tax identification numbers, or
Correct.
false social security
Well,
numbers or some shit like
the-
that.
Well, no, not false social security numbers. What they'll do is they'll provide like you said, like an identification number that they're given by the IRS or whatever. Because the IRS isn't going to be like, hey, we don't want your money. No, the IRS is definitely going to take your money. But the reason why is because undocumented immigrants believe that by showing, in other words, when it comes time for them to get their citizenship, they believe that because they've been paying into federal income taxes, it'll look better for them when it comes time to actually get their citizenship status. So it's a way of them trying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine that these dudes are paying into federal income taxes, and they can't even vote in federal elections. So like, who's really getting screwed over the pooch on this, right? Like they're more like they're paying into a system that they're benefiting from to some degree, sure, but they're not able to really have a say in it. No, I'm not advocating that documented immigrants should be able to vote federally, but it is just an interesting, thought.
I'm generally fine with the voting laws that we have on the books in terms of like federal elections. State by state,
Sure.
some of them are kind of fucking stupid. Like I don't even agree with, like, in Texas, you're not allowed to wear political shirts going into like any political paraphernalia if you have a MAGA hat on, or if you have a Harris Walsh
They
shirt
should
on.
ban Southern accents at polling booths down here, okay? It frightens
Listen,
the shit out of me.
Some people just can't help it, son. All right. Dude, wait, hold
I'm
on.
telling you, I went to go vote.
Super
I
side
went-
thing really quick, okay?
Yeah.
I'm from like deep south, and when I visit my family in Arkansas sometimes, like, I'm in amongst it, I'm immersed in it, and sometimes like it'll just kind of start coming out just a little bit, like that really dumb fuck bumpkin, like dumb southern accent like this that I grew up talking like. But like
I'm offended.
I don't know how southern you are, so I don't know if that ever happens to you.
A little bit, but it's more on what I mean. I mean, the thing about it is, like, I was talking to West about this, and here's the thing when it comes down to the accents. Now, I'm not saying, like, by the way, I'm not going into this whole thing about saying, oh, we should ban accents. No, of course not. That's fucking stupid. But it is interesting because a lot of you have direct political paraphernalia, which would be like obviously a MAGA hat, things like that. But like, how divided have we gotten to where, like, for example, I saw somebody at a polling location when I went to go when I went to go vote. They were wearing a black and yellow shirt with the yellow American flag on their sleeve. Well, that's not really necessarily political, but it's pretty clear that they're the don't tread on me kind of thing. It's like meh. And then you pair that with the southern accent. We clearly know who you're voting for, fam. Like, you ain't got to tell me twice.
Yeah, I
And
don't really
imagine
care
me-
if people are like wearing, like, maybe like, wait, do you care if people are wearing political paraphernalia? Because like I just like personally don't care.
Do I think it's going to change anybody's vote? Not necessarily. Does it definitely feel intimidating? Yes. But maybe I'm just a beta bitch. Because like for me, I went to go vote and I felt like I had somebody behind me before we got in who was talking about, these messing with the damn country. I have all these rules and everything. And I'm like, bro, and imagine I'm over here voting for Kamala. I'm like, I know who this dude's voting for. If he finds out, like, bro, I was afraid to get on Twitter. I'm like, I'm in line. I'm like, I don't want this dude behind me to see that I'm over here like tweeting out stuff about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, no, I got
So,
you. I got you.
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm saying.
I will say this. moving from Houston, Texas to like the DC area, I am a lot more comfortable, just like while I'm walking down the street with my girlfriend or something, like talking shit about, politics,
100%.
But whereas like there have been times where I stopped talking about it while walking around because I can remember 3 times because I can't help myself, where I was talking shit while walking around Midtown in Houston, and someone would hear me and then start talking
What
shit
the
back.
hell did you say, boy?
and then I can't help myself, and then it just becomes me yelling
Right.
across the street at someone, and likelihood of the liberal carrying like concealed carrying is going to be significantly lower than the conservative in Texas concealed carrying. But
it's another thing down here. That's why I keep trying to tell people like it's another kind of thing down here in Texas. Like, who the hell everybody's voting for, like, not trying to be, stereotyping here. But
it's the
what
area,
I'm talking.
yeah.
Yeah, like what area you're in, if you hear the accent paired with the American flag, you probably got a good chance that dude's voting for Kamala. Now, in the same opposite light, if someone, which I saw this, is wearing dyed hair, it's a female. At least I didn't ask them their pronouns, so don't sue me. They had short hair. They had dyed like purple hair. Who do you think they're voting for? Likelihood.
Yeah, it's probably liberal. Probably the liberal.
Yeah. Now you got little old me wearing jeans, boots, and a black T-shirt, and I'm in the middle. I'm like, y'all don't know who the hell I'm voting for. Okay. But it is interesting to go to those polls and see some of that stuff where it's like, okay, I agree. Like, the paraphernalia thing is really weird, but at the same time, I can also understand. And the problem I see now is that, and move it forward, the conversation forward. The issue I see is that Donald Trump or more specifically J.D. Vance and Don Jr. are stoking those flames by saying, make sure if you're being violated by your rights, you're videotaping everything. I'm like, oh God, this reminds me of the SovCit shit, where like the sovereign citizens like videotape the poll workers and everything else. And it's absurd. And now we have videos coming out of like these people walking around, throwing their hat on the ground, assaulting poll workers because they're not allowed to wear a Donald Trump hat in the polling place. Dude, just take it off and vote.
Shit, when did that happen?
I'd have to find the video. It was, I think, in North Carolina. This dude walked into a polling location, had on a MAGA hat or something, not a MAGA hat, but like a Trump hat or some shit. And they told him, hey, you can't wear that. He threw a hissy fit like a baby, kind of like Trump, and, argued with the poll workers, threw the hat into the hallway. And then I guess the poll worker and him got real close. And the poll worker, this old lady, man, she wanted to duke it out with him. And it was wild. You can look it up on Twitter. And then, of course, J.D. Vance and everybody else is kind of stoking that thing. Yeah, it's really frustrating. You see people like, oh, the poll line, which is funny, too, because, like, I'm on a soapbox. But the point is like, you can see where, like, MAGA's got this horseshoe theory going on. Like, all the time that they sit there, and I remember arguing with the left as I was on the right, where it's like, oh, long lines are not a big deal. Now they're bitching about long lines. They're like, look at the hour, 4 hours, 4-hour lines. This is election interference. Like, bro, weren't you just arguing like 4 years ago this wasn't an issue? It's wild, bro.
Here, one second. I want to address like 2 things in chat. First off, Talon. First off, the real Sargon of Akkad, blessed to be graced by your presence, Sargon. No, but that would be brandishing. And I'm not going, if someone like very obviously has a gun and then I don't like, why would you ever show someone that you also have a gun if you're like in that confrontation? Why would you don't brandish your gun? That's escalating the situation, right?
Yep.
But anyways, also the second thing was World War III will start before the votes start. I have no idea what this person's talking about. And the thing that I was going to bring up to you, we were talking about, oh, okay. So one thing, I'm like pretty black-pilled. I'm like 60-40 thinking Trump is going to win. And that's partly like a psychological defense mechanism because in my brain, I know like this shit's this shit's a toss up by the numbers, right? The election is going to be tight. Like the electoral count might not be tight, but the election in every single swing state is going to be tight as fuck. And we've been talking about this a lot, that I feel like what I see coming from people supporting Kamala is cope, and what I see coming from Trump supporters is like the most obviously like astroturfed fucking support, and like, oh yeah, look at this. But what's changed, that's the reason I'm like completely like black-pilled on the election, because I don't know what I can and can't like take super seriously like I have been able to into the past. But the thing that I've been seeing in the past couple of days, and it feels like it coincided pretty neatly with that really big Madison Square Garden rally that turned out to be a big disaster. Is
you talking about the Nazi rally?
The one where the guy's like, I never thought I'd be a Jewish man at a Nazi rally. What? Who greenlit these fucking speeches, dude?
Did you watch the entire thing?
Hell no.
Dude, it's way worse. This is the problem I have, is like the Democrats harped so hard on Tony Hinchcliffe, but there was like people sitting there saying that they should,
and they criticized the wrong part of the Hinchcliffe thing, you know?
Right.
Because like, fuck, I like that guy. I think that he's a funny dude. I don't think that he's like racist or anything. And his set was pretty similar to the kind of set that he would do on one of his roasts or on like any like YouTube short thing that he pops up on for me, you know? Like, I'm not like super offended at the joke. I'm like just fucking obliterated. My mind is obliterated trying to think of the staffer or the senior campaign staff that were looking over the jokes and saw that, oh, well, he wants to call Kamala Harris a cunt. That's not okay. And then they greenlit the rest of it. Like it's not Tony Hinchcliffe's fault for being funny and like going out there and telling a joke that was like not the right venue for that kind of fucking joke, especially a week before the fucking election, right? It's Trump's campaign looking at those jokes and thinking, yes, this is a good thing for our campaign to be putting out into the world 1 week before the election. It's both stupid and shows where they're at when it comes to what they think of people. Like that shit's fucking insane, you know?
They had somebody up there saying that she is the Antichrist. And you had somebody up there, I think it was Grant Cardone, that said we need to slaughter these people.
No shot. Really?
Okay, go to my Twitter. Let me see if I'll provide you a link. Hold on.
Yeah. I'll just reply to chat real quick. Oh, they would understand it's not intimidation. They would understand that I'm not a Dem. No, I'm sorry. No, Talon, you can go ahead and get yourself shot if you want to like act like that in public, and you want to, you know, you get into a verbal confrontation with someone, and then you see that they're packing, so you decide to show them that you're packing. Like, I'm sorry. I don't think that any firearms instructor would ever fucking tell you to do that. Like any reasonable
de-escalation when possible.
Yeah. That shit's like fucking insane. Even if you're like trying to signal to them that you're a libertarian, use your words, okay? I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a shit talker. All right. I do not get into physical altercations. Anyway, do you have I got you. I see it right there.
Yeah, I just posted it. There's a few in there from the rally. But there's a few that's not. But I like coughed up a damn lettuce and then started choking on the damn thing. No, yeah. So like you can go through there and you can see some of the more contentious things. Now, keep in mind you had Hulk Hogan up there, you had Tucker Carlson, like you had a whole bunch of people.
Was this the one where Tucker Carlson started talking about like spanking the bad girl? Or was that a different event?
What's that?
Have you seen the clip of Tucker Carlson saying that America's been a bad little girl and that daddy's come home and that he's gonna spank her?
Yeah.
That's okay. Listen, I'm all for fiery, rah language. That shit's some fucking fetish. That's some hidden fetish shit. Okay, that's some weird. That was weird as fuck, dude. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Republican. I don't care if you're Democrat. That shit was weird as fuck. I don't care. That I don't know what the fuck. Like I don't know what. Like some of these people are thinking, going up there and just saying things without thinking about like the time and the place. It's the time and the place. Okay.
Tucker is just like feeding off of the crowd, and that's what I noticed a lot at Madison Square Garden is that so that's one thing is that like anytime someone would get up there, they would be like super amped, and then they would get more and more amped as the crowd started cheering, and then when they got super amped is when this like hot takes started coming out, like saying like, dude, in one of those clips when I said that preacher got up there and said she's the Antichrist, he was holding up a crucifix, bro. I was like, hold up. I'm like, put that thing down. I didn't know I was this ain't the poltergeist here. Put that crucifix down,
Put
bro.
Put it away.
Right. I'm like, put that down, man. You're freaking me out.
Yeah, dude. These shit's. I need the election to be over one way or another.
Agreed.
It's weighing on me. I'm losing too much respect for people.
Well, let me tell you this. Just to give you a little hope, there is clear signs that polls are oversampling or overcorrecting for Donald Trump, and they're underperforming for Kamala Harris. We saw early voting numbers come out where women ended up voting more than men, I think is one of the numbers we saw from early voting. So those are some pretty optimistic things. I know that I kind of sent for Kamala Harris. It's going to be a very close race, but I do feel confident based on the energy, based on the early voting information, based on the polling, that Kamala Harris is going to barely win. I don't think it's going to be a landslide, but we can look at races like Texas, for example, where Colin Allred and Senator Ted Cruz are at a dead heat. And we see this throughout the country. It is wild. The Senate races in places that are, so you'll have instances where the Senate race is only within a point or two of each other, but the president is like 3 points away. So it's like this discrepancy in kind of the party split, right? It's like, how do you have the Senate close and leaning, in fact, in terms of the Democrats, but then the presidential race is like spread out more than the Senate? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So
yeah, I've heard that, and like I do put some stock into that because one thing that I heard recently, I can't remember if it was 538 that I heard talking about this or another poll person that I like to listen to, but there hasn't been an instance of pollsters, underestimating or overestimating either a political candidate or a political party 3 election cycles in a row. The past 2 election cycles, they've underestimated the in terms of like the presidential. The past 2, they have underestimated the Republicans because of Donald Trump, right?
Right.
So this time there's a huge push within, like internally inside of pollsters, to overcorrect for their mistakes because they're fucking terrified of getting it wrong about Donald Trump again, because it means their livelihood, it means their reputation, it means, everything. So they're like super terrified. So they're like overcorrecting for Trump. I've heard that. And like, I do put some stock in that because it's probably really hard to account for Donald Trump, on what's going to happen, given how he fucking speaks and how people are like, when they're willing to admit that they're voting for him and when they're not. 2016, there were a lot of people who were embarrassed to admit that they were for Trump, but they still voted for him because they hated Hillary more. In 2020, they hated the Democrats, but they were also keenly aware of the failures of Donald Trump during 2020. So they didn't want to admit that they were voting for him then. So, but like now, I don't know if there is as much of a drive to conceal or to like have shame around being a Trump supporter or a Trump voter. So I don't know if that same and like I'm inserting some of my own takes into why they're doing this, right, and why the polling might be inaccurate in favor of Kamala. But like, yeah, it just seems like pretty crazy that the it would be crazy if they undercounted Donald Trump again, and for some reason this time he actually did win the popular vote, because that's what like it would be at this point, is that
Right.
if they undercounted Donald Trump in the same way that they had, he would win the popular vote in the United States, and I do not think that's going to happen. That is one thing I'm a poor man, and I would put money on Dems continuing to hold the popular vote. But the Electoral College and where like the individual battleground states, like that's where it's going to matter. If they're overcorrecting there, like, man, Kamala might win in a fucking landslide, but I just don't know.
Well, here's the thing too: is look at where they're focusing their energy in these last few days. Donald Trump is rallying in North Carolina, I believe, like 4 days, or doing 4 rallies. He's not really going outside of North Carolina. So what that tells you is that their internal polling is very, in my opinion, is very strongly suggesting that they are losing North Carolina. I mean, you look at North Carolina's governor race with Mark Robinson, like it's dramatic. Like I'm talking like a 20% difference.
Yeah, no, that motherfucker like crashed and burned like so fucking hard. It's surprising that he got there in the first place, got as far as he did. Like given what he has said in the past that was already out, but then like that last round of leaks around his porn site, forums was fucking crazy.
It just dropped him, dude. And then he's running around campaigning with a cardboard cutout of Donald Trump too, which is pretty funny. So it seems like North Carolina is a big concern for the Trump campaign. Like I said, I'm right there with you though. Like I'm ready for this election to be over with. I'm ready to kind of just move on from this craziness. Conservatives have really kind of just like started pissing me off a lot lately. I like the insane lack of thought that is needed to be a part of the MAGA party is just downright and frustrating. I saw like something today about there was a leak that came out about the Kamala Harris campaign. It's on my Twitter. There was a leak that came out that the Kamala Harris campaign had to make 4 separate payments to a TV station in Tennessee or some shit. And then they provided checks. Sansel, tell me why one was not dated the same day as all the other ones, first off. Second off, 2 checks, because there's 4 checks total. Okay, 4 checks total. One was for the day before. So you get rid of one, okay? 2 of them had the same check number, which means they were not separate payments. In fact, they were the same amount, same check number,
and this
same
is a
date.
Payment for what? Sorry, I missed something.
Okay, it's a payment that the Kamala Harris campaign made to a TV station in Tennessee.
Okay,
basically,
gotcha.
and MAGA's running with this and it's not a really big story, but they're running with it to say that, oh, look, they're struggling to really like pay their bills or whatever. It's like, fuck, shut the fuck up. Look at Donald Trump. But anyways, there was 4 checks. One was dated for the day prior to the other ones. 2 of them had the same date, same amount, and same check number. What does that mean? They're the same check, okay?
Yeah.
You don't have 2 of the same check number. So now you really have 2 total left, right? Well, the other one had a lower check number than the other 2. What does that suggest? It suggests then that this was coming from a separate account. So what they try to make this a gotcha. They're like, look, there's 4 checks that show separate payments made to the TV stations. Like in reality, it's showing 2 checks, really. One was made from one account and one was probably made from another account. There's probably a reason why they had to do it in 2 separate payments. Who only knows, right? Maybe it's some kind of campaign finance law or something. If anybody's ever curious to check it out, you can go to my Twitter. It's right there, I believe, towards the top of my page. But it's just this idiocy of MAGA is what I'm trying to get at. Is it's like they're putting shit out, hoping that their followers.
I think that part of and this is going to be the last thing, because there's some things I want to get through on stream here in a second. But like,
100%.
I think that one thing that does make me wonder, I don't know what the actual, like what I would assume based off of this, but them pushing all of this voter fraud stuff right now. Oh shit, I was going to talk about this earlier when I brought up the Tony Hinchcliffe stuff. Like immediately after that, that's when I started seeing them start posting all over Twitter, like voter fraud stuff immediately when they were in damage control, right? Um, I wonder if, because there's like two possible, I guess maybe three. Either one, there's something that they know that they're trying to, subvert, people's like thoughts about, try to implant the thought of voter fraud so that they can do something later, right? Two, uh, they're just doing it because like we would expect them to do it. And three, it's just because we're this close to the election and now they have like things to go off of to claim voter fraud. But like, I feel like it's number one. I feel like there's some sort of
100%.
like internal polling that they're like, oh shit, we need to start like doing damage control before the damage is even done. Because yeah, like I'm super curious as to why all these things started happening, but
It's again, it goes back to, this has been the playbook that they've been doing for quite a while. My understanding, Kyle Kalinske goes into this a little bit. What it looks like they're doing is they were prepping some lawsuits in the, this is like I don't know how true this conspiracy theory is, but basically they've been filing lawsuits in different states to find out which states are the most friendly to them, so that whenever they do end up losing, they're able to go to these friendlier jurisdictions and file these lawsuits. The other thing that they're doing is Trump talked about a secret plan with Mike Johnson, and the potential secret plan there, long story short, you guys can look this up. The long story short of it is that Mike Johnson would essentially do what Mike Pence was supposed to do, which was challenge the results of the election.
right.
Don't know how true any of this is, but it kind of makes a lot of sense. And that, well, that's what it was. They would try to sit there and like delay the counting of the votes. And then there'd be some kind of like contention. Like Mike Johnson would say, this doesn't sound right. Something's funny. So nothing is done accidentally, right? Everything is done purposefully. What the reason is left for speculation, but it's clear they are prepping for something. It may be as innocent as just simply trying to rally the base and say that it was a stolen election. That could be the innocent part. Or it could be equivalent to J6, where they end up trying to overturn the results of the election.
Yeah,
So
I'd be super curious to see. I'll probably look that up. Like immediately
Absolutely.
after we hang up here, because I thought that they changed some stuff in the Electoral Count Act to
correct.
yeah, but
That's
all
what
right.
that's what the argument against it was, is that because they had changed some of these laws, it makes it more difficult to do what happened on J6 prior, so that they wouldn't be able to do it that way. Look it up. I think Midas Touch ends up covering that, and then Kyle Kalinske goes over the frivolous lawsuits in different states to challenge the results of the election. So if you want to go down conspiracy land, definitely give it a look. It's interesting, but yeah, I think they're prepping for that. So
All right. Well, hey, thanks for calling in, and
absolutely.
we'll probably I foresee a conversation with you in the near future around this stuff before election day or on election day. So I will
Absolutely.
catch you then. All right.
All right. Take care, Sansel.
All right. Love you, buddy. Bye. Okay, I need to update Discord so that that's not there anymore. Legal Idiot video. I can't speak. Legal Eagle video has some of their plans in it. Yeah, I was thinking about watching that once he brought that up. Just to address, Wilson137 asked, I was wondering, do you guys think that some electors where legal may go against the popular vote in their state and cast their vote for Kamala, given the circumstances of Trump? Faithless electors are a thing that have always been a part of the U.S. election system, but they're exceedingly rare. And they've never made any difference when it comes to the actual outcome of any election in U.S. history. So no, I don't think this is going to happen. Also, some states have actually made it illegal. Like, you can still do it federally, right? Like, on the federal level, you won't get charged, but on the state level, because they have the right to, run their elections how they want, you can actually, the state can bring charges against a faithless elector for doing that. And I think that they did in, I can't remember if it was 2020 or 2016, but yeah, someone has been like charged, and it wasn't like a huge penalty or anything, but yeah. Republicans, 1 second. Let me just catch up on chat because I was focusing on the conversation. Cruz is gonna win enough of the cope. I mean, like, I hope he doesn't. He's just a very unlikable fucking person, you know? He's only gonna get redder with the border the way that it is. I don't know about that. The polling and the, like, everything has been pointing towards within, like, the next decade, Texas becoming a battleground state. So this isn't fair. Sieg is super, super angry at you, Doghouse. Sieg, you should go on his show. Talk to him. Current conservative versus former conservative. I see. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I think Allred gets it. I mean, that one I have even less faith than I do have in the general election. I would love to see it happen, and it is feasibly possible. Like, it's not inconceivable that we have Ted Cruz finally retired. But like, I would never, put all of my hopes and dreams on that, and like, be disappointed the next day. Right? I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than like devastated that I've put so much hope into Allred winning. But yeah, like, I totally know what you're saying. It is totally possible, Go on any space anymore? Well, listen, I when it comes to Doghouse, I don't think that, just given his conversational style, I don't think it would be like a hardcore debate or anything. I don't think I've ever seen him like go fucking crazy hard on someone. Maybe like one time, but you know what I mean. But anyways, let me see here. Republicans / Dave Ramsey fans are pretty stupid. Both have tried to insult me with bragging about their property because I don't agree with Ramsey. Found both in. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why are we talking about Dave Ramsey? I don't know who that is. Dems had Republicans are cheating in the hundreds of thousands when the ballot fires happened. Listen, who's more likely to start? Like, I'm not going to say like 100% it was like election interference because someone wants Donald Trump to win, because it's fucking Washington state that happened in. But like, also, who is more likely to have set a fire inside of a clearly marked voter, like, mail vote in thing? I'm going to say almost certainly, way more likely that, yeah. Oh shit, did we just get raided? Chris Speaks, thank you for the raid. Wait, is Chris Speaks the VTuber? How are you guys doing? We're just talking about the elections. Nice. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I think I might have talked to Chris 1, maybe 2 times on panels, but if you guys don't know who I am, my name is Sansol. I am a political streamer, obviously. All right, political science student. I like to argue with people a whole lot. We do a lot of stupid, retarded shit on this stream. And yeah, sometimes I'm right. Most of the time I'm just 1,000,000% correct. And sometimes, very rarely, I'll get something wrong, but I always admit when I'm wrong. Bedtime for me, so I'm leaving chat in your hands. Absolutely. I'll keep them safe. And I'll give you VIP so I recognize when you're in chat. Chris Speaks. There we go. If Ted Cruz loses, then he'll get arrested for his murders. Maybe, just maybe. Didn't the devices have stickers on them? Wait, which devices? The ballot box fires? I don't know what you're talking about. Devices. Weren't they just like fucking like mail boxes, but like specialized? Oh man, now I'm gonna lose my mind. There's not a device. It's not a device, right? I don't know. Anyways, fuck. What were we doing? Were we gonna watch? Oh, we were gonna watch the. Say we need to slaughter these people.
No, this is
I haven't seen this clip.
Gone. Not even her simp, Mark Cuban, can sell this.
Hey, Testy, how's it going?
Even Marky Boy says this would destroy the global economy and take the USA down with it. Ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris is the least qualified candidate to ever run for any political office in American history. She makes her boss look competent. She's a fake. I'm not here to invalidate her. She's a fake, a fraud. She's a pretender. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country.
I've heard that part. Oh no. Go back. Does anybody know what he's talking about when he talks about the pimp handlers? Because I don't know what he is talking about. I heard if Kamala wins, you won't have a country left. That's super true, man. It's just gonna evaporate. What do you think of pregnant Sonic? I think he's hot as fuck. Pimp handlers. Yeah, I just don't know who are the pimp handlers? Is he talking about like her husband because he cheated on his wife with Kamala? Or fuck, I might be repeating like misinformation just because I don't care if that happened. Call me a party pooper, but I really can't stand the hyperbolism that politics has become. Like, here's the thing, Temperance Quill. There's definitely hyperbole, and listen, I'm a hardcore liberal. All right, through facts and logic, I have arrived at the position of being a liberal. But I see it on my side of the aisle, and I get irritated about it. We talked about it last stream. We watched the Young Turks talk about that, and we kind of gave our thoughts on it. So yeah, I definitely don't like when we're being actually hyperbolic about things. I think that if you're going to talk about like the worst case scenario, you should talk about like the likelihood of that sort of thing happening. Is it hyperbolic or is it when you say hyperbolic and then hyperbolism? It must be hyperbolism, right? I know I'm saying that right. But like the hyperbolic stuff, like you should couch your language in a way that like if you're talking about the worst case scenario, like I think that if Donald Trump wins, it's setting our country's tone, our tone for our political system, for our political conversations, for what is acceptable and what's not acceptable for the next century. You know? And the tone of the Trump camp is fucking crazy. Okay? It's fucking crazy. We wouldn't survive a century of that, okay? We would just become we would just evolve into bickering constantly. The worst thing that happens if Harris is in office, I think either way, World War III is likely to happen. I don't think that the U.S. president is going to have much of a say except for what our response to that is going to be. I think China has their eyes on Taiwan. I think Russia is going to continue doing what they do. I don't think that whether it's Trump or Kamala, that there's much to like avoid there because they just have their own plans. It just depends on how we respond to it. And I know how we would respond under Kamala, right? Or at least I can have like a general idea of how we would respond under Kamala. I have no idea how we would respond under Trump. And that's terrifying, you know? Trump would sell shit, Kamala would join. Well, it depends because it might be the it might be the correct thing to join, not only on like a moral grounds, but on like just like our own security and our own, future as a nation and maintaining our space in the world. It might be necessary for us to join. And I think that both of them would probably end up, joining the conflict, but, And also, I wouldn't want us to sell because I would want the good side to win. I would want us to give it to them like we're giving to Ukraine, But democracy is over if Trump wins is your side's message. Yeah, but I could defend that. I wouldn't go like that statement is like a hyperbole that is not quite a, well, I guess you could call it a Mott and Bailey, but it's like a short and pithy way to explain what I feel if Trump wins, which is, man, if Donald Trump style politicking becomes the norm, we're fucked as a country. I'm sorry, if you disagree with that, you're retarded. You need to go and either check yourself into a mental institution or, find some way to get some of those like NZT pills from that fucking movie, the Limitless movie, where he takes the pill and it like increases his IQ to 9,000. Like, you need something to increase your IQ, because if you think that normalizing what Trump is in the United States would be a good thing, you're actually fucking retarded. Meddling causes reactions that are not needed with both Russia and China. Nothing that the United States, and I'm never having this argument with you again, because you bring up all of the fucking NPC arguments that I've seen for fucking years that have all been soundly debunked. Like, you just don't care that they've been debunked. You just keep on saying the exact same fucking things. And we've had the conversation like 400 fucking times where I show you direct evidence that the things that you're saying are not true about what happened with Ukraine and Russia and the fucking Maidan revolution. Fucking direct evidence. And you just like completely like pivot to another talking point. So I'm not going to have that conversation with you, but Russia is going to do what Russia's going to do. China's going to do what China's going to do. And we can either sit back and abdicate our role as the leader of the fucking free world, or what we can do is we can, stand up for what we believe in and stand up for our fucking allies. Yeah, I'm not reading any more of his responses. Sega, how's it going? Daryl in YouTube chat. It's called Adderall. Vyvanse. Well, Vyvanse won't increase your IQ, unfortunately. One fire was just a homeless dude trying to go to jail for the winter, and this guy did the others. Let me see. I haven't looked into it too much because I figured that they would have some way to rectify it, and I don't think that Oregon and Washington are like going to be changed by these ballot things. If it was like a direct threat in a swing state, I probably would have looked into it way more. But like if it happened in Arkansas or if it happened in fucking Alabama, I also would probably have the same feeling about it happening in Washington and Oregon. It's really bad. They shouldn't have fucking done that. They should be prosecuted, et cetera, et cetera. But like, even if they were trying to sway the election, I'm not like totally worried about what the election results are going to be in Arkansas, Alabama, Washington, or Oregon, But like, that's just like a personal thing. I understand like the consequential, aspect of it, but here, let's just watch this super quick. It's only 2 minutes.
On the arson attacks on ballot box drop boxes in Washington and in Oregon. Our Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas is following the story from D.C. Good morning to you.
Authorities, wait, hold on. I can't read what it says. Oh, wait, hold on. It's right below it. They said free Gaza and free Palestine? Yeah, send that fucking loser to fucking jail for the next 10 years. Fuck them. Do not fuck with America's, voting system. If you think that America is a fascist nation and that voting is just like one aspect of fascism, good for you. That's all the more power to you, honey. You can go to your little anarchist fucking, green tea meetings or whatever the fuck you do. But if you're going to start fucking with other people's right to vote, then yeah, go to fucking jail, loser. Like, I agree. Like, I don't care if you're on the left or the right. If you're going to do something like this, you should go to fucking jail. But I'm not like totally worried about it because it's not really a state where this would make much of a difference. That's for other people to worry about. There's too many things for me to look into that I'm going to look into every single tiny thing, you know? It's so fucked that neocons have better foreign policy than Trumples. Well, their foreign policy is just amorphous. That's my problem with it. America was never great. I disagree. I like America. America's pretty fucking cool. The unleashing of imperialism isn't good for anyone. I agree. We shouldn't allow Russia and China to try to imperialistically expand their empires into Ukraine and into Taiwan. 100%. This is why I'm for same day, single day voting. No, because there's just like too many people that like require, like, unless Republicans were also willing to make it a national holiday, like increase the amount of like polling places tenfold and make it like a whole big fucking, you know, patriotic rah 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 thing. Unless there was like some concerted effort to where it would not disenfranchise all the people that find early voting necessary, then like, fuck you. I'm sorry. Don't care. Or polling places, voter ID. Yeah, but like the problem is, and this is the problem, Blizzard, like all of these things sound super great, but like when the party that talks about doing it the most, like they just use it as a vehicle to do voter suppression, and I'm not down for that. Right? If Republicans did exactly what I just said, like we make it a national holiday, right? There are some exceptions for some people who like obviously like there are some necessary services that if literally every single, like even on Christmas Day, there are some people that are working, right? But like everyone ought to have a chance to vote, and early voting is just such a necessary thing, you know? Fuck Ukraine and Taiwan. Why is no one talking about China moving into Africa? Just because it's an economic war there. Number one, it's not as sexy. Number two, it's not something, that one, it's just competitive. If they start going in there and, you know, conquering people, like, yeah, 100%. But like China's going in there and offering ostensibly better deals than Western powers, or the people there just don't like the Western powers, so they align with either Russia or China. Like, I agree with you. We should be focusing more on that, and people in the government are focusing on that, but it's not something that's going to be on front page news because it's not as sexy as a war, and it's not as immoral as a war, you know? It is hard to plan on doing things once every 4 years. It's not that. It's just that whenever people like bring this up, Republicans who are in office reject the idea of a national election day as a holiday, which is something that Bernie Sanders has been pushing for like decades, right? Meanwhile, they want to talk about all of the stuff that they want. Wait, where the fuck did my fucking chat just go? Come on. There we go. You don't support the troops if you're against mail-in voting / early voting. Well, I mean, like, there will have to be exceptions for people who are abroad or literally just like not able to get to a polling place on election day, right? Like there are like 1,000,001 reasons why someone might not be able to vote in person on election day, right? Like my residence is still in Texas because I just haven't been able to switch it over yet, right? And I still have a couple of weeks until the deadline for me to become a resident is. So, but like the idea that like the only day that I could possibly vote would be on November 5th, I would just not be able to vote because I'm not like in that state right now. You know, I would obviously see the need for some mail-in or early. Yeah. Like, but we just always talk in absolutes, and that is an absolute killer for any like real conversation. And even on the, you know, on the policy making side, no one there is having the conversation that me and you wish that we were having, right? Like I would concede it all if that was what they were planning on doing, but they just don't ever do that. They instead surgically target people so that they don't vote, so that their people are the only ones that vote, so that they stay in power forever. Like, and I'm not for that. It is conquering when you give a nation 100 years of sovereignty left because they took your loan. I'm sorry, I don't. Are you talking about fucking Hong Kong? Because if so, I don't know as much about that situation. But didn't they like go in there and take it over like a couple of years early? Yeah, you're just a weirdo libertarian, Talon. Sorry. Anyways, fuck. Now that I know what the whole point of that is, we don't have to watch that. Okay. Okay, we didn't even finish this fucking video. You guys need to stop fucking distracting me, okay? I need to have more self-control, and you guys need to stay on topic. Fuck you guys.
She's a fake. I'm not here to invalidate her. She's a fake, a fraud. She's a pretender. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country. They will. They've already crippled the dollar, manufactured inflation, imported a virus, censored your voices, funded transgender surgeries, and made empty promises to the middle class for 50 years.
Isn't Kamala only 60 years old or something? Damn, she's been making promises since she was in fucking elementary school, bro.
This election has to be more than a victory. It needs to be a landslide. We need to slaughter this other people. We need to bring 100 million votes to Donald Trump.
I see what he's going for. But if a Democrat said that shit, they would be screaming that they tried to kill Donald Trump because of this rhetoric. Which is why I don't think that any Republican is talking in good faith when they say that it's the Democrats' like violent rhetoric that caused Donald Trump to have 2 assassination attempts in the past 6 months. Okay, like he's obviously talking about slaughtering at the ballot box, beating us at the ballot box. Like I understand that, but like fuck, man, if you're gonna fucking say that Democrats. They're talking like Joe Biden in a private fucking meeting with donors was saying we're putting the bullseye on Donald Trump when talking about like their attack ad strategy, then yeah, like that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But you guys said that was why Donald Trump got fucking like shot at. Like, fuck you guys. You guys don't get to have it both fucking ways. You guys don't get to say shit like we need to slaughter these people in the context of voting and then get mad at Joe Biden when he's talking about attack ads. He says we're putting a bullseye on Donald Trump. You guys don't get to have it both ways. Hey, sorry, Letner Goat. Like I said earlier today, like I said like the first day after that happened when I streamed, the jokes themselves were not the problem. It's the fact that Trump's team saw all of those jokes and greenlit them and said that that was totally fine 1 week before the election. I'm not offended by it. I think that you guys should be like furious at how fucking retarded Trump's inner circle is that they think that was a good idea. Yes, they were, Talon. Shut the fuck up. They have been doing this for fucking years. Donald Trump, before he was like had the assassination attempts, was talking about like how leftists in this country were living amongst us like rats and how he was going to use the military to weed them out. Like, fuck off. Like, he was way more explicit about what he's saying to like draw up his base. And that wasn't even about voting. He was just talking about we're going to hunt them out like rats. So like, fuck you. You guys don't get to have it both ways. You guys don't get to pretend like your party is so nice and civil and good. And so like, you're not going to find equivalent fucking statements to that made by any elected fucking Democrat. You won't find it. Fuck you. All right. And I will not like sit here and argue with you about it because I know that it's not, I know that you're not going to find anything like that. But you will find that when you're listening to Donald Trump. Donald Trump does talk like that. And do I think that he legitimately means it? I'm like 70-30 on thinking that he's just like hyping up his base, right? 30% of me says that like he might actually do it because it hypes up his base. But 70%, he's probably just trying to hype up his base. But he actually says the shit that you guys accuse the Dems of saying. Fuck you. Y'all definitely started it on January 6th? I'm sorry, retard? Okay, no, hold the fuck up. No, you don't get to fucking say that. Who were the ones on January 6th that were talking about hanging elected officials? Who were the ones on January 6th that were talking about going in there and killing the Speaker of the House? Like, fuck you. You're actually fucking retarded. We started it on January 6th. They went in there and they said that shit before we said anything about January 6th because we didn't have time to say anything about January 6th because it was happening in real time. Fuck you. The country needs a real man like Tim Walz. Yes, Tampon Tim will lead us to victory. Inshallah. Maxine Waters loves that inflammatory language. Maxine Waters has said inflammatory things. I don't think that, like, now, granted, there might be some quote of hers that I disagree with that is fucking, like, absolutely crazy. I know that she said something, like, about, that implied, at least, that the rioting in January, or, sorry, I was reading January 6th in chat, that was happening in, you know, May through August of 2020, like, that should be continued. I obviously don't agree with that, but, like, also, number one, I never really cared to look into what the full context of the clip was. So maybe the rest of that clip is not as bad as it seems. If it is as bad as it seems, was she calling for direct violence against fucking Trump supporters? Because that's like the very specific thing that we're talking about right here. People use inflammatory language, and this has been the argument from all of you fucking conservatives for forever. Whenever Donald Trump says it, it's inflammatory language. Yeah, Democrats do it all the time. We have to fight for our country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Except for some reason, when Democrats do it, it's like a direct call for violence. And when Republicans do it, it's, you know, it's just like, ooh, woo, small bean. I'm like so innocent. I just want to win an election, ooh, woo. When they're like literally saying we're going to use the fucking military on fucking liberals. Like, I can think of two off the top of my head major candidates running for office for the Republican Party right now. That fucking retard from North Carolina who said he was a black Nazi, right? Said that he wants to, that some people need killing and that we need to use the guys in green and the guys in blue to go after these people. And he's talking about fucking liberals. He's talking about fucking liberals. And then you could look at fucking, you know, like 5 or 6 remarks over the campaign cycle of Donald Trump talking about killing fucking liberals. You know, you guys just don't get to have it both ways, you know? It's fucking infuriating. It's fucking infuriating. I would never give any credence. I would never admit whether something was good or was bad from a Democrat until you guys admit that what Donald Trump says and what that fucking crazy dude running for governor of North Carolina said was like a direct, you know, threat against half of this fucking country. The problem is that you cannot rehabilitate cult members fully. Yeah, that's why the Tea Party turned into the MAGA movement. I always took the left and his rhetoric towards Kami Hamas. Wait, can you reword that? Because I'm not sure if I'm having a stroke or if there's like a missing word there. You sound like you're someone who sits there and watches unlimited propaganda. Sieg, I'm sorry. You of all people, and the people who have watched me for longer than fucking 3 weeks, for longer than fucking 5 minutes, would know that I'm not arriving at this position, or the reason why I'm saying this isn't because I watch a fucking unlimited propaganda. Like, I'm looking at it and I'm calling it how I see it, right? I shit on the left and I shit on the right. Right now, we're in the middle of an election where, like, I truly think it is like I think that Donald Trump is a unique threat to what it means to be an American. I think he is a unique threat to our, you know, position as the #1 country in the world, like, I legitimately think that. I think that our country is going to be worse, and it is worse for having Donald Trump been the president. Not just because, oh no, Orange Man bad, but because of the things that he says and the things that he does. It is the actions and the words that he himself has done that makes me dislike this guy. I'm not going to sit there and shit on him for things that I don't think are big deals, right? Which is why I don't think that, what was the, like, there was one that Biden kept on repeating over and over and over and over. That was fucking stupid. Oh, the bloodbath thing. Obviously, Donald Trump was talking about an economic bloodbath. I'm not going to fucking sit there and repeat that fucking lie. If I was a disingenuous fucking liberal, I would be pointing at, that clip of him saying bloodbath and saying that he's going to do another January 6th. Don't fucking say that I listen to fucking unlimited propaganda when I'm going to fucking call it like I fucking see it. All right? It's like genuinely fucking offensive to me, especially like when I make it very clear how much I care about, calling out people for doing fucking things that are bad. Okay? It's not just the far left that I criticize either. I've criticized the Dems before. I've criticized liberals. I think that like half of the fucking Democratic Party are spineless little fucking worms that would never stand up for the principles that they espouse if the gun was to their fucking head. They wouldn't fucking do it because they're scared little fucking weak little bitches. It's genuinely insulting for someone to tell me that like I'm propagandized and that like I'm not being reasonable or I haven't thought through these things. I have thought through these things more than literally almost any person in this fucking country. I am in the top 1% of thinkers on this thing in my free time. Why the fuck are we at this position? Why the fuck is this person like this? Why are these voters voting in this way? I think about these things, just sitting around washing the fucking dishes, trying to think and trying to rationalize why one group might go towards one thing or another. It is genuinely interesting to me. And it's genuinely, it genuinely matters to me. Do not accuse me of being fucking propagandized into oblivion. I look at both fucking sides of an issue. I will call out a bad democratic fucking economic policy, right? I will give good faith, good faith steelmans to Republican policy. The unfortunate reality of the situation is that you guys have fucking Donald Trump running for you guys right now. All right. You guys have Donald Trump running for you guys. He has the fucking most vague policy fucking possible. He just says, I'm going to make things better. When he talks about his economic policy, the biggest economic policy that he talks about is fucking a amorphous, amount of tariffs on all imports into the United States, which, like, I can give a steel man to that. Yeah, not all tariffs are fucking bad. Not all tariffs are fucking bad. And I've said that before. Not all tariffs are bad. There are some limited use cases for tariffs for national security reasons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Like, I think that some of the tariffs that Donald Trump did when it came to China, now the reasons for doing them, like his given reasons, were not good ones, right? And they did hurt our economy, and it would be a lie to say that they helped our economy when it comes to steel and shit like that. Like, you could make a decent argument for that because fuck China, and they're like, they're fucking us over in many ways, and we need to bring some production back to the United States because China is very likely to be a military adversary in the next, decade. So we probably need to make sure that they're not producing the critical, components of things that we need every day or for our military, right? Which is why I supported. Well, I didn't support them at first because I just thought that everything Donald Trump did was bad. But like Biden kept some of his tariffs, and I was critical of that until I understood the reasons for some tariffs on China. And some tariffs on China, totally fine. A 20%, a 100%, up to a 500% thing, tariff on all imported goods, which is a literal quote that you can find from Donald Trump. He doesn't know what the number would be, but it would be enough to make America great again. the number doesn't matter to him because he doesn't know what a tariff does. He doesn't know what the purpose of a tariff is, and he doesn't know how to apply them correctly. So that's why, like, it's really hard to give a steel-manned argument for Donald Trump because Donald Trump doesn't give a steel-manned argument for himself. It's fucking insane. Being vague and vocal is smart. I imagine he wants to renegotiate lots of... Wait, hold on. First off, just on that first fucking sentence. Being vague and vocal is smart, then never, ever, ever. I swear to God, if I see any fucking screenshot of you ever criticizing Kamala for not having enough policies out in the open, or not talking about policies, or not going on to, you know, some sort of adversarial podcast or some shit, then I'm going to fucking ruthlessly fucking bully you, Nair. And here's the thing. I know that you have said that in my chat because I've argued with you specifically about Kamala previously, not anymore, but previously not having enough of a platform for us to go over. All right. That's so fucking retarded that you guys are saying being vague and vocal is smart. Yeah, it is smart for Donald Trump because the more that he fucking speaks into specifics on any of his policies, the more fucking stupid he would fucking seem. And you fucking know it. Yeah, and then she published her platform. Yeah, she had fucking literally like 1/4 of the amount of time to put together a team, put out a fucking platform, and run a fucking campaign that Donald Trump did. Fucking go figure that it took her a couple of weeks to get a fucking policy out. Jesus fucking Christ. It's awesome you support Trump. Dog, you are misreading the fucking words that I'm saying so fucking hard. But you don't get to have it both ways. You can't say that Kamala is a bad fucking politician, that she's being too vague and, you know, not being specific about what her economic policy is going to be, and then also say that Trump is smart for being vague and not saying what he actually wants to do. That's so fucking stupid. Can I get mod Nair Socks as mod? I can't give everybody mod. It's not that I don't trust you with mods, it's just that I have more than enough mods in every stream. I didn't even read the rest of it because that first sentence fucking triggered me so much. Imagine he wants to renegotiate lots of deals since we protect the world and we're the world leader. We should be getting the lion's share of deals in our favor. Wait, what policy, what economic like partnership do we have with someone that is not in our favor, that doesn't give us either leverage over the other nation, that's not immediately apparent on a fucking accounting sheet, or is beneficial for our economy in some way, shape, or form? Please tell me one. We're not going to go out. There's not a single fucking politician in American history that's going to go out unless they've been bribed and give preferential treatment that is detrimental to the United States. And, like, don't all of our things have to go through Congress? Unless you were born last week, you would have to be born last week to not see the issue with Donald Trump. Dino, the real Dino, you're more than welcome to jump into the Discord and we can have a conversation. I'm fighting with the entirety of chat right now for some fucking reason, but laying out literally every single fucking issue that I have with Donald Trump would take a long time. So if you want to, we can have a conversation. Fuck, we have not, I don't think we've gotten through a single full fucking video today, have we? But Jesus. Because you love Trump, stop being silly. You got me. I am Trump's biggest defender. One of these days, when I'm old and wrinkly, I hope to be as orange as him. And I hope that I have enough of a traumatic brain injury to sound like him, both in substance and in the aesthetics. Why is my chat all right of center? Because I scared all the fucking lefties off because I fucking hate communism and socialists because they fucking scold the fuck out of everyone for like the most minor thing and they're like completely divorced from reality. I have a bunch of center right people in my chat because the fucking MAGA people also fucking hate me. well, I guess like some MAGA people don't, but like center right seems to gravitate to me, even though I'm very, very, very liberal. I'm a social democrat. I mean, like it's probably closest to where I'm at, but you know. The reason my chat is the way that it is because I've culled all of the fucking like most degenerate fucking communities from my chat, and now we have what we have. I'll call out shit both ways, but like, don't get it fucking twisted. Where we're at right now, Donald Trump is a like massive fucking threat to the state of our nation. When I think of the next 4 years under Donald Trump, this is what I envision. I don't envision fire in the streets. I don't envision fucking what's the Handmaid's Tale. I don't envision fucking people goose stepping down the fucking road. That's not what I envision. I envision our political system taking its first major blow. Its first major blow since Nixon. All right, and arguably that was like a tiny, like the only thing that hurt was trust in the presidency. Okay, not in the government wholesale. Okay, Donald Trump as president would be an actual fucking disaster for the way that our political system runs. It would be an absolute disaster for the way that our political system, in terms of like campaigning and trying to get elected works. It would be an absolute fucking disaster for reinforcing the fucking insane, the absolute fucking like numbskull fucking troglodyte fucking drooling fucking retard IQ shit that we see coming out of the MAGA camp, where they think that the government is controlling fucking hurricanes to disenfranchise Republican voters, where they think that people are like the Democrats are stealing babies and drinking their fucking blood. Like we need that shit to fucking stop yesterday, and we can't fucking reinforce it by re-electing the guy that reinforces those beliefs, who still think that the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump, despite there being no evidence, despite them saying for months and months and months before the election even happened in 2020 that they were going to steal the election from Donald Trump, because they knew that Donald Trump didn't have a fucking chance to win in 2020. Please, for the love of God, get it through y'all's fucking skulls that I don't hate conservatives. I don't hate fucking like Republicans like as like a concept. What I fucking hate is the fucking anti-intellectual fucking retard fucking drooling shit that you guys are trying to fucking sane wash. Like, I respect the centrist Republicans. I respect the Reagan Republicans so much more than I did before, because at least they wouldn't start believing the most fucking ridiculous fucking they're eating cats and dogs out of people's backyards despite there being no fucking evidence, and continuing to say it despite all evidence to the contrary. Things have to change. Things have to change, and they have to change yesterday. We can't keep reinforcing this fucking retard fucking behavior. You can point at all the fucking shit on the left that you fucking want, but it's significantly fucking like minuscule compared to what's actually happening on the right. This is like 60% of the Republican Party, and the fucking crazy lefties are like a quarter of a percent of the entire United States population. Please get it through your skulls. There's no equivalency between what the Democrats either get wrong or fucking lie about, and what the Republicans either get wrong, which they never get anything wrong. They just fucking lie to you. And then you try to defend the lies by saying, at least the economy will be better under Trump, dude. It's fucking insane to me, dude. Breathe in. Listen. It matters to me. Okay? It matters to me. But you lived it? I did live it. And let me tell you, my major criticisms of Donald Trump aren't on his economic policies. I don't agree with them, but those aren't my main fucking criticisms. If we had another 4 years of his economic policies, I wouldn't be that fucking upsetty spaghetti. Or at least his economic policies from 2016 to 2020. Okay? But We're talking about what his economic policies are going to be. And we're talking about like all the fucking retarded shit and all the things that he talked about doing or wanted to do or like floated doing during his presidency. The only reason that those things didn't happen is because there were people in his administration that were like threatening to like quit en masse. So he didn't do them. He didn't try and go through with them. There are several things that happened like that, you know? This time, he's talking about only putting loyalists in with him. And it makes, it's just like, it's not the same. If I had to choose Trump economy or Dim economy, I would drink piss for Trump. Dog, that's fucking stupid. Give me, like, his economic policy going forward, the only policy he has talked about is a blanket fucking tariff on all incoming goods, on all components. That's so bad. Was the dress purple or gold? It was blue or gold. First off, idiot, okay? Not purple or gold. Second off, I never saw it as blue and black. I still have not been able to trick my mind into doing that. And I don't know what you're talking about, Laurel or Yanny. I'm tired of everyone being depressed and there's a thing popping up in front of the rest of the thing. Being depressed, they can't get ahead in life or go anywhere. That's not where I'm at. But like, fuck, which party, which specific candidate has given people that feeling? Debate with Rob? No, I don't think that Rob debates in good faith right now. I've seen him debating people, and after his Jan 6 debate with Destiny, there were just like 3 or 4 things I was like, Rob, like, I know Rob, and I respect his intelligence, and he's obviously a very good debater. I think like something broke in his brain in the past couple of months, and he's been like doing some like crazy bad faith debate shit that like I'm just not down to talk. Like I don't think he's a bad person, and like maybe after the election when people's feelings are a little bit cooler, but like I'm not going to debate with someone that I think is just like going to be purely bad faith. Yeah, 5 weeks ago and now are different things. I think you're insane, but I like you. I like crazy. Well, welcome to the club, buddy. Who thinks that? About any of the things that I was talking about? Like fully 70% of the Republican Party. Yeah, see, but here's the fucking problem. Whenever I've like tried to look into this, like the only bad thing that like economically that's happened under Biden has been inflation. Like you can blame some of that on Biden. I would never say that you can't blame some of that on Biden, but it wasn't fully Biden's fault with the inflation. The deficit, the massive deficit spending happened under Trump during COVID, all right? And you could say, oh, well, that had to happen. It was COVID. Well, how are you going to completely get rid of all of the blame for Trump on the inflation and then put it all on Biden? That's fucking retarded. Number two, when I look at all of the economic markers that I would think about, like, man, why is everybody saying that the economy is bad? By every metric, things are better than they were under Donald Trump. I can link you Vox articles on the issue with the economy. Do you trust Vox? I don't have any reason not to trust Vox. I think that they're a little left-leaning. But like there are like a couple of markets that are like hyper fucked right now. The housing market is hyper fucked, you know, and that's like a big deal to a lot of people. I totally understand that. But like that's not under the purview of the federal fucking government. Like by and large, all we could do is try to incentivize people to build more fucking no, we can't even incentivize people at the federal level. All we can do is incentivize local, municipalities to remove some of their restrictions on building new housing and new apartment buildings and shit like that. And Kamala has put out a plan about that like months ago. Like you can talk shit about the 25,000 for new home buyers all you want. That's not, I don't necessarily agree with that policy, right? But it, in contrast with the alternative, it's just, yeah, first time home buyers, right? Or is it what would first generation home buyers be? Like the first person in their family to buy a home? I doubt that that's what it is, you know? Doesn't mean a poor black child is well fed, but like even like by the unemployment numbers, we can see that people are are employed. By the average wage numbers, we can see that wages have gone up. Like you can point towards the this ephemeral poor black child that's starving to death, but like that's not happening in the United States. People don't die of starvation in the United States. Our homeless people are fucking obese as fuck and have insulin, okay? Like, our homeless people are obese, okay? People are not starving to death in the United States, you know? And also, if you want, like, children to have a better time with, having food to eat, then, like, why are Republicans so against the child tax credit? That's like one of their major attacks on the Democrats right now is re-implementing the child tax credit. $6,000 a year. The Democrats have a plan for that. Do y'all remember Donald Trump's response to childcare? Trump childcare. We've watched it a million times.
Any numbers that we're talking about include.
We know exactly what the Democrats, it's been laid out. It's been laid out what the Democrats want. This is what Donald Trump's answer was to what would you do to help with childcare in this country? This is his answer.
Advance. Well, I would do that. And we're sitting down, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within.
This illiterate doesn't read, bro. I'm going to become nuclear on your fucking Wyoming fucking white bread ass. I am about to wait. I can't even joke like this. Like, obviously, I'm joking. Fuck. I'm streaming on Twitch, so I don't know if I can even make like jokes about hunting you down. But like, holy fuck. I have granted I've skimmed policies, but like I don't remember every single fucking policy that I read from the things that you sent me. I did read them. Fuck you. Okay. Number one. Number two, the fact that we have to point towards like these policies that Donald Trump can't form the words to explain what his policies are. Okay, I know. But like, even as I was saying, I was like, oh shit, I'm getting into TOS territory, talking to someone that knows I'm joking, but they don't know I'm joking, Anyways, but like this guy can't articulate what his fucking policies are. This guy can't articulate a like coherent fucking sentence together half the fucking time unless he's calling someone Robot Ron or fucking, cackling Kamala, or was it laughing Kamala? I can't remember what. I sure hope it was cackling Kamala, because that would be the alliteration. But little Marco, like, those are the most coherent fucking arguments he makes in favor of him getting elected. Everything else is just dodging questions or sounding completely fucking like illiterate on every single fucking topic that a president should fucking know about. I saw a clip of Joe Rogan talking to Donald Trump about what was it like being the president on the first day and having to make decisions on like who you were going to pick and what policies. What was it like stepping into that role for the first time? And Trump answered like fucking 5 times and didn't say fucking anything about that. He couldn't get a fucking answer out of him. He wasn't even asking him a hard question about like something that he did or didn't do. He was just asking about like, how did it feel and what was it like trying to pass policy for the first time, first day in office. Instead, Donald Trump talked about the fucking Lincoln bedroom and how tall Lincoln was and how he had melancholia. And then fucking Joe Rogan tried to get it back on track. And then he said, yeah, you know, well, it was pretty crazy. And people said that I couldn't win, but I totally win and blah, 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 you know? Wow, the guy can only watch Joe Rogan clips. Yeah, I genuinely can't sit there and listen to Donald Trump talk for that long. Like, because it's just like very circular, you know? It's just so circular. Donald Trump's tax policies does more for families past the first year than Dim's policies for children. Well, man, it would be really fucking great if him or JD Vance could fucking articulate that one fucking time. Just please give me a Like, again, like, I'm not principally against conservatives and I disagree with the policies, but fuck, give me a fucking little Marco. Give me a fucking Nikki Haley. Give me a fucking Chris Christie. Like, he's way more liberal than the other two, but you know what I mean? Like, give me someone who's not a fucking retard, like fucking Vivek Ramaswamy. Give me someone who's not like actually fucking brain dead, like fucking Robot Ron. Like, give me someone who like actually stands for something and isn't a fucking criminal, like Donald Trump. Please give me someone who is a principled fucking conservative, and like I'll stop sounding like I fucking hate everything to do or sounding like I hate conservatives. But right now it sounds like I hate conservatives. Oh, fuck that. No, I said not Vivek. I literally said, don't give me a retard like Robot Ron or Vivek. Give me someone who actually sounds like they have like a quarter of a fucking brain left in their head. Jesus. Kamala policies are have a kid or buy a house and figure it. That doesn't even make sense. Give me Mitt Romney. Yeah, bring it back, dude. Bring it back. Jesus Christ. You know, I was supposed to play fucking Warhammer Dawn of War today. You guys ruined that for me. One second. Play Dragon Age, too poor to buy it. Never played a Dragon Age game before. Not sure I'd like it. Might have dinner with the GF. Dude, we fucking bought so much groceries today. We're not eating out for a month. You guys slept on JD Vance and clowned him. You should have been taking him seriously. First off, JD Vance was only a liability. Even I don't know why you think that he's doing good now, because I haven't been paying attention to him, because vice presidential candidates very rarely make literally any difference in the election. But like JD Vance was much more of a liability to Trump than anything that he's done since, like all of the fucking like social mishaps, dude. I'm sorry. And I've seen videos of him from 2016. He does seem like an actual intelligent dude, and he had some genuinely insightful things to say. I was listening to a Destiny VOD, and he was listening to JD Vance on some interview show in 2015 before Donald Trump got elected. And he had very genuinely insightful things to say about the Republican Party and why they were choosing Trump and why it was bad that they were choosing Trump. And it was like, holy fuck, this guy is actually like an educated fucking person that I wouldn't mind being president if he didn't like become part of the Trump dick suck squad, you know? if he hadn't become part of the Trump dick suck squad with all the fucking retarded baggage that comes along with it, that guy might be a genuinely good, principled fucking conservative senator that I couldn't hate that much. But he sold out on his values. And that's what's so fucking frustrating to me, is that like, especially as I've grown older, like the idea of having personal principles and values that you stick to no matter what, right, is it has become a concept that is like very important to me personally. And I think it's something that everyone should hold to, right? And here's like what I would say, like if the situation was reversed, right? And I can confidently say this. This isn't like me saying, oh, well, in an alternate universe where the Democrats were crazy and the Republicans were crazy, I would totally vote Republican. No, like, because I know who I am, right? And I have proof of who I am, right? Calm the fuck down. No one cares about principles. I do, which is why it frustrates me when, like, even if you're trolling, like, if there's like a reasonable conservative in my chat who starts talking about like why Trump is still better than Kamala, it triggers me so much because like you're obviously smart enough to know what's wrong with Donald Trump, right? But like personal, like the reason why I know that if the situation was reversed and like, you know, everyone was like shitting on Democrats for having like an actual fucking lunatic communist guy that was going, you know, but like I know that my principles when I was, you know, 18 years old are the exact same principles that I have now. And I'm proud of that because I have very good principles, moral principles and standards of what I believe we should treat other people, how we should act in society, things that we should tolerate, things that we shouldn't tolerate. I haven't been able to obviously, I haven't been able to verbalize them, right? But my principles have always been the same. I'm very lucky in that regard that I never had to do like massive soul searching and vastly change the like foundational aspects of what I believe in, right? Because they were just abhorrent. I became a leftist because the nice version of socialism that was sold to me aligned with my principles. But when I learned more about socialism, the more I learned about socialism, the more I realized it didn't align with my values all that much. And I became a liberal. I became what I hated most, right? And now I'm looking at like the reasonable, smart, fucking good people who are conservatives try and justify something about Donald Trump, justify anything about Donald Trump besides the fact that he's kind of funny sometimes, okay? And I'm like, holy fucking shit. Like, one of the reasons why like holding two values, like one of the reasons that became so solidified in my mind was because of the conservatives in my chat, you know, like praising me for holding on to my principles, you know, introducing me to things that I would never have seen otherwise, that have, you know, like solidified how important having personal values and having personal principles, right, are to someone's character. And then it's just like, I don't know I can't reconcile it, you know? I can't reconcile it. I don't understand it. And this is like the thing that's been blackpilling the fuck out of me. Yeah, that's the thing that I can't tell though, Talon. It is like, I can't tell when people are fucking with me in chat because I do see these sorts of opinions just like fucking out in the ether, you know? No, I do care. I understand because you're arguing the economic aspects, but you're not listening to the things that I have problems with. Trump's policies are retarded. That's not the biggest problem with Trump. I don't even have enough information about what his like actual policies and what he would actually push for Republicans to do. Like he's just like so wishy-washy. Like whoever he's talking to is like who he's going to give a new take to pacify them so that they'll like him more, right? Like it's how he goes about doing everything that he wants to do. It's what he represents and the movement that is behind him that is so unbelievably fucking insane to me that like if we solidify this and we grant this, we say, yes, this is what America is. Do you like, I would just be so fucking ashamed. I would be so fucking ashamed to live in America where the normalization of all of the things that Donald Trump does is just like the standard fare, you know? He's a fucking criminal who tried to steal our fucking election through fraudulent means, and all of the evidence is out there right in front of you. People have pled guilty. People have been disbarred for trying to fraudulently steal the fucking 2020 election under the direction of Donald Trump. And yet we're going to like sit here and quibble about the economics. We can quibble about the fucking economics all we want, right? Those are like policy things that we can argue about. At the end of the day, that's not what the biggest fucking issue with Donald Trump is. And no, Sieg, can you tell me one fucking part of that where I said that Trump supporters are evil? Like, I love you to death, but like, that's some like lefty sensitive, like, that's a whole ass new sentence that you put into my fucking rant there. That's a whole ass new sentiment that you just applied to me. When the fuck did I say people's support of him is evil? The overwhelming, here's the thing, they're wait, hold on. You are ashamed in not understanding why someone would support him, and yet you're certain that their support is evil. No, you literally said that their support is evil. Because I'm reading the words that their support is evil. You're certain that their support is evil. And I didn't say their support is evil. I said what they support is evil. In that it is a very minor difference. But like the overwhelming majority of like here's the thing. So there's a quote that I don't know who said it, but like the saying goes something along the lines of the way in which the average voter arrives at their conclusions will make you want to kill yourself. And I agree with that. I don't think that most Trump supporters are evil. And it's not even that they're fucking stupid. It's just that the way that people arrive at their positions is fucking crazy. And when it comes to Trump supporters, I think they just have been fucking told that the transes are the biggest fucking issue, and like what they think are the biggest issues are fucking insane. Their biggest issues aren't the economy, because when you start talking to them about the economy, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They just have a feeling about the economy. What they actually like, I would say like fully 50% of the MAGA movement, their main driver is they just fucking hate liberals. All right, 40% of them have one or two pet issues that Donald Trump like gives lip service to, and so they think that he's based as fuck, right? That's 90%. I'd say 10% are 10% are, you know, just like insane whatever. And then you have the rest of the Republicans, which is like 30% of the party, right? And they're voting for Trump because they think that his economics are going to be better. That's how I view the Republican Party. There's 70% of them, and I broke down the percentages within that 70%, and then there's 30%. I would say the people in my chat probably fall into the 30%, with the exception of Grackle, who is most definitely a fucking retard, who decides that, like, you know, people are actually eating dogs and cats. Ironically, I feel like the last argument that we had on the economy, you conceded. What was that about? I feel like every time we've had a conversation about the economy, it's either something that is a wash that we're just like never going to be able to agree on because we have different ideas of what would be good for the economy, or I was right, but. And I've literally never heard anybody say that, Sieg. I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know who you're talking to because I've never heard literally anyone say because the economy is doing good for rich people that it's doing good. The economy is doing like decently well for everyone. There are problems with the economy that are like have either been addressed, right? Lagging indicators, right? Or like are going to be addressed. One second. My own 2-room place, but like, can you give me, well, fuck, like, depending on what the details around it are, I don't want to like accidentally have you dox yourself or ask for information that you wouldn't want to give out. But like, there's like 1,000,001 reasons that don't have to do with the federal government's fucking like actions. Unless it could be due to local issues. It could be like there's 1,000,001 fucking reasons. And I don't like, again, like I love Sig too much to like go too fucking hard on him, right? Because Sig is a good dude, so don't like go if you're a liberal in chat, you know. But like, I don't understand how you can apply that to the entire economy, or say that because you had to move to a smaller apartment that would apply to everywhere. It's the 71% that say our economy is heading in the wrong direction. Yeah, but Blizza, when we start asking people for specifics around it, you can directly contradict why their feeling is that way. People's feeling on the economy, people's feelings on the economy, for some reason, under Democrats, regardless of who it is, and regardless of how the economy is going, people feels like the economy is shit. Look at Obama. Obama's economy was really good. He brought us out of a fucking recession into all-time highs in fucking 4 years, and then continued those all-time highs throughout the second 4 years of his administration. Donald Trump continued those all-time highs. Credit where credit's due. He continued the all-time highs. Then COVID happened. We'll ignore everything that Donald Trump did, except for all the massive spending, which you can't blame all of the fucking inflation on Biden, because Donald Trump's economy is what led into Biden's economy. Political integrity says, remember the issues in 2020 Biden and Harris made worse? Biden got rid of Trump's... Wait. Remember the issues in 2020 Biden and Harris made worse? Okay, I understand. Biden got rid of Trump's executive orders, signed his own. A few months later, record COVID deaths. That correlation does not equal causation. Like, I know exactly the spike that you're talking about, but I don't know what orders. Not to mention, they added record high inflation by voting on and signing the American Rescue Plan. The inflation, again, was not solely due to Biden's spending bills. It wasn't helped by them. but it wasn't hurt by, or it wasn't like solely due to Biden's thing. Like, you guys want to say like we can never ever, blame anything that happened during COVID on Trump because it was during COVID. Duh, there's going to be, massive spending. But then you want to take that massive spending that happened under Trump and then apply all of the negative effects of it to Biden. You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to say, oh, that happened during COVID, so you can't blame it on Trump. That was out of his control. And then also say, look at all this like rampant like inflation that happened under Biden. It takes a lot of money to cause that kind of inflation to happen. It takes a lot of fucked up things that happened during COVID to affect our inflation to that degree. And under Biden's administration, we were able to lower our inflationary pressures like faster than any OECD fucking nation in the entire fucking world. All right. We are still at a better inflation rate than any OECD fucking nation. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're like, what else can the Democrats do? Like, does the economy have to be like growing year over year 1,000% and everybody be getting a $50,000 increase in their paychecks while like the velocity of money is decreased because people are saving up a whole bunch of fucking money? Like, what is the fucking like benchmark for the Democrats to fucking succeed with the economy in you guys' eyes? Because like, I'm looking at like the effects of what has happened, and inflation was bad, and we can like look at all of the reasons for that, but you guys want to say it's all just Joe Biden instead of looking at all the things that he did that actually fixed those things. Jesus. Prices have increased by 250% in the last 4 years. Sieg, I'm sorry. You have an IQ that is probably measured in the like higher triple digits. You are too fucking smart to say something that fucking retarded. 250%. Prices have increased by 250% in the last 4 years? Like, broadly? Are you talking about like a specific market? What fucking industry has prices that have increased 250%? They encouraged illegal immigration and got rid of Trump's executive orders. The deaths from COVID were trending down end of 2020, and with a vaccine, then it went to record highs a few months later. Yeah, fuck, dude. If we want to get into that, we can get into that. It's been a long time since I've looked at that data, because there's so many other factors that you have to account for. Like, you can't look at one rescinding of fucking executive order and then apply all those deaths to Biden. And then also you have to keep in mind that like the fact that we got rid of so many of the, like, granted, we couldn't keep ourselves locked down forever, right? But like, once the vaccine came out right at the beginning of Joe Biden's presidency, he pushed the vaccine hard. A bunch of Republicans didn't want to fucking take it because Biden was pushing it. Even it was Donald Trump that fucking made it. Suddenly, like, because Biden's in office, it has microchips and microplastics and fucking prion disease in it, and it's going to fucking give you like myocarditis and all this shit. But all that aside, like, the spikes are going to happen once we open up. Yeah, that's the point of why Biden's administration was pushing the vaccine so hard. And when you look at the deaths from those spikes, it was all the people that refused to take the vaccine after we opened up the entire fucking economy. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Now, there might be like one or two things that I'm forgetting or that I'm like overemphasizing there again, and I'll be totally transparent because I haven't looked at like that specific thing since fucking 2021. It's 2024, and I haven't argued about that in a long time. My single room costs more than a 2-bedroom place with a living room, bathroom, and kitchen. That doesn't, you're giving me one data point. That doesn't give me any more information. Please tell me, like fucking send me some fucking comparable fucking, like areas, like show me the fucking, the real estate market in your fucking area. I don't know what the real estate market is like in your area. Different places cost different amounts of money, and different places are able to increase their rents and shit like that. Just because the economy has some inflation is not going to like immediately affect you in that very specific way. Like, you're taking one data point and you're fucking exploding it into like all Biden's fault, and that's fucking crazy. Sorry, there's too many, like, you're adding me, like, There's too many people talking at me for me to carry on that many conversations at once. 1 second. The economy helped the rich. Under Donald Trump, it did. Yep. Prices are still high because energy and gas cost is still high. Gas prices are like at like the $3.29 mark around where I live, and they were a little bit cheaper in Texas. I just moved away from Texas, so like they were a little bit cheaper in Texas. They're a little bit more expensive here, but like we haven't seen gas prices up at the level that they were right after the invasion of Ukraine, when all that shit with the oil went down. So to the point where the average college kid skips a night of eating. Is that new? I'm sorry. Is that new? Because that was me. Like, but like, you could send me like information on that, but like, I don't know what the unemployment rate among like college age students or like college students is. Does that explain our economy right now? No, because our unemployment rate is like at target levels. We looked it up literally at the beginning of stream. Our unemployment levels are at target levels. Our wages are like rising on the bottom end, which is compensating for the inflationary pressures. Like all in all, like overall the economy is doing good outside of a few sectors. Yeah. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, political integrity. I also have a chat on, I'm streaming both to YouTube and to Twitch, so I'm talking to both. Also, debt doesn't cause massive, or inflation doesn't cause debt by itself. I don't know why you're saying families have debt because of the massive inflation. Those things don't correlate. Trump did not make any vaccine. It came out while Trump was president, and the Democratic Party was all no to the vaccine while Trump was president. Yeah, that's something that I even criticized myself for, because I didn't know anything about the science behind it, and there were people that were fear mongering like a motherfucker to me. But then I like sat down and I like looked into everything, and I like looked at the claims, and I looked at the things that. Oh shit! My earphones just died. Why? Oh, probably just because it's been no sound for so long. But yeah, like I was part of those people, and I took a video off of my channel from a like actually like deranged doctorate researcher, like PhD earning researcher that was fear mongering to me. But like you have to break out of that. And you know what? At the end of the day, the Democrats did, and the Republicans still make arguments that the vaccine is going to kill people, even though they said that prion disease was going to kill us within the first 3 months, you know? The Democratic Party only said to take the vaccine once Biden won. Yeah, I will criticize the Democratic Party for that. I think that the worst thing that I remember anyone in the Democratic Party saying was, I can't remember if it was Kamala or if it was Biden, but like, I want to make sure that everything was done well, and I don't trust Donald Trump to have done that. If we win, we're going to make sure that that does happen. Like I vaguely remember something along those lines, but again, this was 4 years ago, so I can't give you like a word for word quote of it. But like I'm not going to like sit here and attack the Democrats for having a like, and I even at the beginning of the height of the paranoia about the vaccine, right? I was very, very, very sympathetic to conservatives. I remember for people who are watching on Twitch, you guys know Critically Thinking Veteran, but I remember I was like genuinely so fucked up and so hurt that like I was told that I was going to talk to this guy about the vaccine. He wanted me to like dispel his fears on the vaccine, and then he just fucked with me for like 30 minutes. And I was like, I genuinely care about you. I think that you're a really good dude, and I want you to take the vaccine because I want you to be healthy, and I don't want you to get sick and like worst case scenario die. And like they were just fucking with me. Like I am very empathetic to people that were skeptical about the vaccine. It did get produced in a very quick way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It was a new technology, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like at the end of the day, which was the party that like actually buckled down and got the fucking vaccine so that they didn't get sick? You know, it was the Democrats. It wasn't the Republicans. Nothing screams pro-worker more than the motto "Starve 'em." See, I cannot tell if you're fucking memeing. Jesus. That link talks about families taking on debt to buy groceries. Oh, if you put a link in chat, for some reason, YouTube does not allow chat to have links. If you want to join the Discord and put any links that you want me to go over on stream into either the interesting article or no, put it into the content suggestion so I definitely see it for stream. But yeah, that would be where if you're watching on YouTube, you need to go there to give me a link. Also, just like giving everyone like a 20-minute maximum heads up on me ending stream. I can feel my voice going away. Okay. No, like I don't know what you guys are arguing about anymore, but like Sieg is like a genuinely like super genius level like IQ person. Like I'm ride or die for Sieg. Okay, he's a good dude. Okay, he is too smart to say some fucking crazy shit. He's too smart, which is why I think that he's fucking trolling on some of this stuff. I can't tell what he's trolling on, but he is. Okay, well, many articles were written about it. Yeah, I got you. I mean, like, you can also, if you want to, you can, like, my Twitter is linked to my YouTube account. So if you want to, like, DM me a link on there, I can definitely open it up on, so if you don't want to join the Discord, which I understand. That means you're going to play a game? Well, no, I mean, like, not at this point, dude, to be honest. College students attend college based on loans, which the loans they provide is not based on class. I'm saying the average, yeah, but has that increased or not? Because like my understanding is like college students are like always like super poor. I'm not, and like you gotta understand, I have been poor for the better part of my entire fucking life. Okay, you're not talking to someone who is like talking down to poor people. Okay, I've always been scraping the bottom of the barrel my entire fucking life. Okay, like the richest I have ever been was probably 2020. I want to say 2023. And now because we've moved over here and I'm not working at the same places that I was working, I am like back down to being bottom of the barrel poor. I understand what it's like to be poor. I have no hate for poor people. I understand the struggles of poor people. There's no one that you can accuse like in more bad faith of not understanding the plight of poor people than me, someone who constantly has to worry about my account going into the fucking negatives. Okay, you like have to fucking understand that. You will never be able to levy this like criticism that I do not care or understand the plight of poor people because I am poor. All right. I love you, Sieg, but I'll catch you later. It's fine. Just trying to. Not our biggest issues in 2020 were COVID, Russia, and illegal immigration. All those got worse under Biden. Yeah, our biggest issues in 2020 were our economy and COVID. Yeah, I agree. And under the Biden administration, we were able to pull out of both of those things faster than any of our comparable, like allied nations or competitors. So European countries fear World War III soon, and we had record high illegal immigration. Should Harris get promoted when she has some responsibility for that? Like, without getting too deep into the immigration thing, which I disagree that she has like a lot of culpability for. She's the vice president of the United States, and she tried to get legislation passed earlier this year that the Republicans decided that they no longer wanted to support, even though Republicans wrote it, but like, anyways, like, here's the thing, there's a serious argument to make that we're already in World War III, right? There's no clean definition about when World War II started. Right? Did it start with the invasions of mainland Asia from Japan? Did it begin with Germany invading, Austria? Like, when did did it begin with Pearl Harbor? There's no clean definition around when World War II started or when World War I started, because there were a lot of things there. I would say that there's a very strong argument that I already subscribe to, that we're already in World War III. It's just that the quiet opening to this world war was the information war that is going on with our adversaries into every single fucking Western nation to get us to be ungovernable, right? So, like, I don't think that it's avoidable, if I'm completely honest. And you have to, like, think in your head, who has an actual clear, stated vision of the future of where the United States stands on defending our allies, on defending our place as the head nation in the world. And that would be Kamala and the Democratic Party on as a whole. Nope. That border bill was not filled with loopholes and money for Ukraine. There was an original bill that was like that. They wouldn't pass it. And so, in order to get past that, they cut out all of the pork. It was a very small, highly targeted bill at immigration on the second permutation of that bill. It had no money for Israel. It had no money for Ukraine. Those were put off to the side because the Democrats did want those things to be inside of the bill. Unfortunately, you guys got what you wanted, and y'all got the Ukraine and Israel stuff taken out of the border bill. And then Donald Trump was like, oh shit, this shit is actually going to pass, and I need to run on illegal immigration for for this election. You guys got to shoot that down. There have been multiple senators who were told that by Trump, who have said this in public. Donald Trump has admitted to saying that and doing that in public. You guys are like insane. Like, you guys want to ignore things when Trump says them when it's convenient to you, and then you guys want to pretend like Trump didn't say something or did say something or didn't say something when it is convenient to you. You guys don't get to have it both ways. He could not do all of that with an executive order. Some of that stuff was like expressly, like, I'm sorry, do you not know about the separation of powers in the Constitution? Like, I know that, like, you're obviously a Trump supporter, so maybe you don't understand what the Constitution means because Donald Trump talks about fucking getting rid of it. But like, the idea that like Biden can just do anything he wants through executive order, like Donald Trump wants to do with everything that he wants to do, like, bro, we have a separation of powers. One of the coolest thing about the Biden administration is how much emphasis they put on going through the legislative branch to make sure that things were done in a bipartisan way. That's why some of the biggest bills in American history that target things that have been needed to be done for decades and decades, like the American Rescue Plan, like the infrastructure bill, like the CHIPS Act, like shit like that, got passed in a bipartisan manner. So all these asylum claims are reduced by 75%? No, because the problem is that the asylum seeking process is the issue, and no Republican will this bill actually addressed the asylum seeking process. I agree, the asylum seeking process is filled with loopholes. It is backlogged like a motherfucker. We need to fix our asylum seeking process. We had a bill on the table to fix the asylum seeking process. That is the biggest issue. It's not people just running across the border and like fucking hightailing it so that they can get to a fucking red state to replace as many white people as possible and take away all their fucking jobs. No, the biggest problem is the asylum seeking process. The people who say, hey, I'm here and I'm seeking asylum, and now that we have to wait 10 years to fucking process them through the system. That's our problem with illegal immigration. Republicans won't tell you this, but that's our problem with it, and we need to change our laws around that. And we had a bill on the table crafted by Republicans that was shot down by your Republican fucking presidential fucking candidate because he wanted to run on this issue. You guys will never get a bill that is as targeted on the fucking asylum issue as that one was, as fucking like just given to you freely by the Democrats, because the Democrats were getting such bad heat for being in charge while that massive wave of immigration was coming through. The Democrats were in such a bad position on illegal immigration. You guys had y'all's fucking golden bill. Now, it wasn't like 1,000,000% every single fucking thing that you wanted. Obviously, it's not fucking building the wall. It's not deporting every single fucking illegal immigrant, but it was fixing the asylum seeking process so that it would fucking fix the problem. But unfortunately, Donald Trump said, no, I need to run on this issue. And you guys won't criticize him for it. And it's fucking infuriating. You guys had a W and you guys fucking threw it away because you guys like Donald Trump more than you guys like the fucking like actual issues that you claim to care about. And it's killing me inside. Every presidential term has only one good thing? No, because the infrastructure bill, every single president of my lifetime has said that they want to like pass a massive infrastructure bill to fix our crumbling infrastructure. Biden did that. The CHIPS Act was something that people have been saying we need to bring some production of these things because like, especially after COVID, Biden did that. The American Rescue Plan was needed at the time. If they did it now, it probably wouldn't be as needed, right? But like at the time, the American Rescue Plan was needed. That was done in a bipartisan manner. Sorry. When the New York mayor complained that his city is overrun with illegal immigration, there is a problem. Well, like we've had this argument multiple fucking times before, but like when you're talking about a city like New York, that city is not like built for massive waves of immigration anymore. They have built from one river to the other, to the fucking, bay. Like there's no more like there's no more space to build anything. You cannot build any more housing in New York City. It is filled from edge to edge. Long Island is completely full, right? Like you can't build any more homes there. So like, of course, places like Chicago and places like New York, who are like highly dense cities that don't have as much area to build, are going to be complaining about these things. I lived in Texas, where in a city that had like probably hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, okay? I never had a fucking problem with illegal immigrants in my entire fucking life. And I was amongst them, literally the majority of my life, all of my adult life, and that's because in Houston, Texas, there's room to build out. You can build more houses. You can do also plenty of space in New York, not Manhattan. Where do you think they are? They're in like the Bronx. They're in fucking Long Island. They're in those areas. Yes, that is a problem of space. Space is an issue. That's why fucking housing costs fucking $5 billion for a fucking 100 fucking square foot studio apartment for $1 million a month. Yeah, no fucking shit. Like there's Manhattan, New York, the entirety of New York is super fucking expensive, retard. It's not because of illegal immigration. It's because there's a lot of fucking people there and not a lot of space. Congratulations. You just found out about fucking supply and demand. The Dems did the same thing with the infrastructure thing, though, didn't they? In what respect? Sorry, I don't know which part of that you were responding to. There's only space in the areas where it does not affect the Democrats like AOC that support illegal immigration. Kind of coincidentally, yeah. Like, and it's not because of like partisan things. It's just like the literal fact of like really big, highly dense cities are not going to have extra space, like in extra housing, because all the housing, that's why housing in New York City and in surrounding cities and like areas are hyper fucking expensive. Guess what? There's not enough fucking housing in that area to fucking like put new illegal immigrants that are being shipped there like in bad faith from places like Florida and Texas. Okay? Like, yeah, no shit. Like, I agree. Like, it would be a really funny stunt if they were like sending it to some place that actually had the means to do something, but they were just like staunchly like, oh, well, I just want to keep this liberal, or, I just like, yeah, I would totally be on board with you, but like, think about it logically. There's not any place to fucking put them because they're in a place where there is no more space, right? Which is why you don't see as many, like, even though there's like 20 times the amount of fucking illegal immigrants in fucking, you know, Houston, Texas, or in, you know, Texas as a whole, there's probably like 1 million or more. Like, we don't have that big of an issue with like where we're going to put them because there's 1 million fucking miles in every direction because Texas is fucking huge and we don't have as many restrictions on what we can build and where. Like, listen, I'm a fucking capitalist. We should get rid of like all these rules around, well, maybe not all of the rules, keep the ones that are important, right? But like get rid of some of the rules around zoning and around like buildings that, so that we can build more housing for people so that housing costs go down. Congratulations. We're on Economics 101 with Sonsol here on November 2nd, 9 o'clock at night, East Coast. Next, I'm going to teach you guys about the Laffer curve. Did you guys know that you can tax people until a certain point and then they get really pissed? So you support Trump's plans on housing? I think that both Kamala and Trump have one part of their policies that are good and like one part of their policies that are bad. I can't remember Trump's. I just remember having that feeling that there was one thing that was like, okay, I don't fucking hate it. And then one part that was like, that's fucking retarded. It's the same with Kamala's. I just have to argue her point more. The stupid one is giving new homeowners $25,000 free cash to buy a house. Obviously, that's bad economic policy. But like the, you know, trying to incentivize local local governments to remove some restrictions so that they build more houses with a target of like 3 million new housing units in the United States in, you know, like major cities. Like that's a really, really good policy that like, if you're a like conservative, like you should support. Like that's a very conservative reducing or removing, what's the word? Oh shit. What is it when you put a restriction on a good or on building something, not a sanction, can someone please help me find this word? Regulation. Thank you. Holy fucking shit. I was losing my fucking mind. Regulations. Thank you. Why am I getting tagged so much in Twitch chat? Pro-illegals till he gets, that's rude. I'm not pro-illegal immigration. What part of anything that I just said about anything there makes you think that I'm pro-illegal immigration? You think, my rent is high because there's no rent control. You think a lot of this frustration is just the oversaturation from election season and shit will calm down after the election? I am done making predictions about what America will do before and after elections and what their opinions are going to be because it's truly impossible for me to fucking guess. I would have thought that MAGA would have died after 2020 because like, holy shit, they did a January 6th and they were all ashamed for all of 48 hours. But you know, things change. I don't know if things will calm down after the election. The reason that I'm frustrated is because like there are like plenty of things that we can argue about. Like I don't hate conservatives. I don't even necessarily hate all conservative policy, but like the guy to lead our country is not Donald Trump, dude. I would love to have conversations about policy, but whenever I have to talk to a fucking Trump person, we have to get through 1 million fucking like blatant fucking lies that he has spread that like he just knows that like the more chaos he can make in terms of like the things that people think, the less that they'll think about the fact that half of his policies are fucking retarded and half of them that are like actually like decent or could be argued are good are written by someone else and he doesn't know how to actually express them in words because he has the vocabulary of a fucking third grader. To the other side of the election with grace or curiosity. Well, like, yeah, but like here's the thing, Tuna Chip. Also, hi, how's it going? Have we ever talked, Tuna Chip? Have we ever been on a panel together? But anyways, yeah, like no one's mind is really going to change at this point. Like the frustration that I have is like I do have a very positive view on America. I love my fucking country. I've grown to love my country more and more over the past 4 years. The more I learn about it, right? And what's so frustrating is like the people that like pushed me towards loving my country were conservatives in my chat, and those same conservatives that pushed me towards loving my country and the principles that it was founded on, and like all the cool things that we are able to do, right? Like now they're like sane washing a guy who is like antithetical to so many values that we have, and like sane washing him and like trying to steel man his like barely sentient fucking policy. Like barely sentient, and as in like whoever wrote it was like barely sentient, and I mean, anyways, the 4 years he was president, everything was better. No, it wasn't. Sorry, that was like I don't even know where to begin with you. I mean, I could bring up 2020, like in COVID and all the disasters there. But like you would say, oh, we can't blame Trump for that, but we can blame Biden for all of the fallout of all the problems with COVID. There's this entire year where the worst event in all of living memory happened to the entire fucking globe, and every single country on earth fucking suffered for it, and everyone had to make big fucking expenditures to make sure that their economy didn't collapse, and we can't blame any of that on Trump because it was unavoidable. But like all of the fucking fallout from that happened the literal next year, economies, something that are famous for having lagging indicators, meaning that when you pass a policy or you inject money into the economy, it's going to take time for the economic data to spit out that something has changed. Yeah, like we can blame all of that on Biden, but we can't blame any of it on Trump. Like you guys can't have it both ways. It's fucking insane to me. Patriot Act worse? Oh, guess what? Party fucking passed that one. Every single fucking party, by the way. It was passed under the Republicans, and then it was reaffirmed under the Democrats, and then it was reaffirmed under the Republicans again. Sorry. You don't get to blame that on any one party either. It was better because it's over, but Trump's presidency was a mess of internal conflicts, regardless of who you ask and why. Fucking true. Fucking based. Suck a soldier's dick to prove you love America now? Jesus. Reasonable people are done with cons. Listen, Dr. Demand, here's the thing. I'm willing to take what I can get, okay? Explain the lore behind your name now. I was trying to type something into Pokemon for my name, and I didn't have enough spaces, so I shortened it to Soul. The majority of shit from COVID should fall on governors. Well, in terms of like the inflationary pressures, you're going to have to point towards the federal government, right? We are so close to World War III. I've already explained. I already like believe that we are in World War III. World War III started in, I would say, probably 2015. It's been a slow burn, though. I have a very good argument for it, too. No new wars under Trump? Oh, are we just going to forget all of the fucking military conflicts that the U.S. was either like involved with or fucking abdicated itself from or fucking ignored? Are we going to ignore the fact that we sold out all of our fucking allies in Syria? Are we going to fucking ignore that Iran bombed Saudi Arabia, our ally, for the first time in history? Are we going to forget the fact that Donald Trump fucking bombed Iran's fucking general with like no notice given to the country whose soil he was bombed on? Are we going to fucking forget all of these things? Like all of these things are just shadow fucking banned in our fucking brains. We're going to forget that Trump both expanded the drone war and then changed the legality around what needed to be reported so that he didn't have to report a bunch of fucking deaths from all the drones that he fucking increased the missions of? Are we going to forget that it was Donald Trump who negotiated the pullout of Afghanistan? Like, you guys don't get to fucking memory hole all of this shit. You don't get to memory hole all of these things. These things happened under Donald Trump. You don't get to pretend that they didn't. That's not even to say that all of those things are necessarily bad. Most of them are, but I would say that 80-20 on the bombing of Soleimani. That guy was like the biggest proponent of terror in human history. So like, fuck him. I can't be that mad about it. The way they went about doing it, that was a little sketchy, and possibly, could have gotten us into a conflict with one of our friends in the Middle East. But threatening NATO with war and not just Ukraine. Russia has been threatening NATO for fucking ever. I don't know how fucking old are you? Well, legitimately, how old are you? Are you over the age of 25? Those were not wars. Well then, what wars are the United States in right now? Because I don't see any American troops in Ukraine. I don't see any American troops in Israel. Where is the United States having active military combat? Where have we declared war? Where are we campaigning in? That's because I was in Third Army in the meetings they gave the 3-star general about all of this in the Middle East. I'm sorry. There's something missing in that sentence. I don't know what. Are you saying that you were like in the military and they briefed you on something, or like there's some critical context that I don't understand what you're trying to say there. Not as an insult. I just don't understand. Too bad giving money. We should be selling. Well, the thing is, when it comes to Ukraine, we're like at the end of the day, we're making money off of that because just sending those munitions over to Ukraine means we don't have to spend a fuck ton of millions of dollars to explode them safely here in the U.S. I wonder if Trump bombing that Iranian general was a product of a trick that bureaucrats pull on elected officials where they give them 2 options on a certain issue, one that they want and one that's clearly crazy, so the official will pick the one that they want, but Trump just went with the crazy one. I don't know. Can you give me like an example? I guess. I mean, like, that's just like literally true. Like all of these munitions that we've sent to Ukraine so far have been like near their expiration date. Like we like to keep munitions that have like above a certain percentage chance of exploding, right? Like we don't want a 5% dud rate like Russia has, and Russia has between a 5 and 20% dud rate depending on where they got their munitions from. We don't want to be like Russia, so we detonate them once they've been in stockpile for too long. Yeah, so like all of the munitions that we've been giving them are like next on the chopping block to go into random bunkers for us to pay fucking Raytheon or some other defense contractor to blow them up for us safely. We are saving money by sending bombs to Ukraine. Sorry. And wait, can you explain the first part that I didn't understand, the thing that you were saying though? Like are you talking about like being briefed while you were in the military? Oh, you did in the rest of that. Sorry. And yes, we just last month sent troops to Israel in a combat situation. Because I haven't heard of us putting combat troops in Israel at all. I dealt with communications that had to be in the meetings to the 3-star generals to make sure no communication issues happened. But like in regards to what? But because I don't know what that's addressing. Like, thank you for your service and all that shit. Yeah, I know that you guys fucking hate it when people say that, but I like to trigger my chatters. But like, yeah, what's like the context of you telling me this? Like, is there some knowledge that I said there that was incorrect because of some insider knowledge that you got while being a communications director? Like, it's also a form of selling to send arms as diplomatic assistance if we believe that side will win. True. Yeah. Also, I'm going to have to in stream, like my voice is, I'm sure that you guys can hear it, is fucking dying right now. U.S. to deploy about 100 troops to operate advanced anti-missile system in Israel amid heightened tensions. Oh, okay. We're shooting down missiles, shooting at them. I guess that would be considered a combat action. Is that a war, though? Because if that is what they're talking about, like no new wars, then you guys don't get to say that those, like the things that I talked about were not new wars. You don't get to say that all the drone strikes and all of the drone missions that were happening under Donald Trump were new wars. But will defend themselves if needed. Yeah, I don't think that anyone is going to. Iran doesn't have the capability to invade Israel at all. All they can do is lob missiles back and forth. Hezbollah has the ability to kind of like push into Israel, but they don't have the ability to like. They got short arms and short legs. You're a military guy, you know what that means. Like both of those, like all of the countries around Israel have short arms and short legs, as does Israel. Like they're not going into a land war with Israel. They're just trading fucking missile strikes at each other. And eventually someone's going to decide that this is too expensive and they're going to stop shooting missiles at each other. Dude, check the date. October 13th, 2024. What about it? Sorry. Am I missing something? Ending stream to play Fortnite. I've legitimately never played Fortnite once in my entire life. Dude, check the date, not under Trump. Yeah, no. No one was saying that this happened. No. Yeah. No one was saying that this happened under Trump. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. No, I didn't even look at the date of the. This is just the system that they sent, or at least. Okay. So it's a THAAD system. Cool. That's why Trump, they like it when you give them 10% off. That's why Trump hates veterans, because he would look bad not giving them a discount for a hotel room. You have a good night. I'm going to watch a movie in my home theater. I hope your voice gets better when we have peace, even politically. Well, hey, man, listen. Just as like a quick heads up, you sound like you like know what you're talking about. If you ever want to like jump on stream and have a conversation, I have those all the time. They're here. I mean, I don't know if you have Discord or if you'd like to set that up sometime, but you sound like you know what you're talking about. It'd be fun to talk. There's a link to my Discord. Like, comment, and subscribe. Dab on them. You have a good night too, bud. Why not make bets on Kamala to win? It's 40 cents to win $1. Because I'm poor and I don't have the money to bet. If I had money to bet, I wouldn't bet on this election. I don't know who's going to win. Legitimately. Yeah, he didn't give him V-Bucks. Pissed him off. Made him mad. Uh-oh. All right. I work cybersecurity from home on a government contract, so I subscribed. Cool. That's really interesting, actually. I listen to a lot of people on YouTube about that, so. Harris will win. I mean, that's what I hope. I don't know, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely have. I would not put money down, even if I was rich. I would not put money down on either one. Actually, you know what? If I was rich enough, I'd probably put a fuckload of money down on Kamala right now, since she's down in the poly market. Because in the chance that she did win, I would fucking make out bank. That would be a that would be a good bet to do. But like, I'm simply just not rich enough to do anything like that. Do I have ads? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Didn't Kamala say there were no soldiers in combat zones? Well, I mean, like, if you consider the entire fucking Middle East a combat zone, then I guess she's lying. But like, I don't know what you, I, I don't know what the military or what the government defines as a combat zone. Does that mean that there has to be active combat on a continual basis? Like in the Middle East, there's the possibility of some crazy fucking Iranian proxy group coming up and attacking you at any time. But like that doesn't mean that they're in an active combat zone all the time, you know? It just depends on what the definition of combat zone is. It doesn't mean that they're lying. It just means that the common parlance version of what a combat zone is might be different from what they're talking about, you know? I'm an idiot. I subscribed because of ads. Oh, well, if you subscribe, then you won't be fed ads. Iran is not a problem. The CIA has taken over Iran. Oh, man. They're just playing every angle, huh? History shows markets do better under Democrats. Okay, listen, I'm going to save this article and I'm going to read it off stream, but like my voice is like actively dying in real time. So we're going to find some for you guys to raid into. Who is live right now? Who's live right now? I like Ranger and Rogue. He's a good dude. You know what? You guys have been listening to me. You guys have been listening to me, a liberal, go for too long. So we're going to raid into Ranger and Rogue. /raid. You are not a liberal. I am the strongest liberal. Let me see if I can. Ranger and Rogue. He spelled it right. I spelled it right. There we go. All right. I love you guys very much. I hope you guys have fun over there. You guys all be very polite. And is liberal? No, he's a fucking conservative, isn't he? All right. If you guys are subbed, hit him with that emote. Okay? Hit him with that emote. Love you guys very much. I'll catch you guys next time.